Just can go ahead and take their seats. I'm going to get us started. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call this work session to order. This is work session number 2 on the American Relief Plan funding and town hall. So let's go ahead and do a roll call. Before that, just want to note, I understand that we're going to be joined a little bit late by both Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Dunbar, and that Ms. LaFrance is traveling and will join us if she can. But otherwise, let's go ahead and do a roll call for the other members.
Ms. Allard?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance? Okay. Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy will be a little late. Mr. Presberdia? Ms. Zolotel?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so for today's work session, we are going to start out with a quick review of some of the information that we learned at the last work session on Friday, March 19th, both for the benefit of the public and the members as a reminder. From there, we're going to briefly circle back to the idea of the initial allocation and get a sense of where the members are a week after our first discussion. After that, we're going to pivot to a discussion with a few community groups and community members, hear the recommendations, and ask any questions we may have. That should hopefully provide some good fodder for the last part of our work session, a brief discussion on information we still need to make wise decisions, and any initial thoughts we have about uses of the remaining funds. Our goal today isn't to finalize any plans. It is really a first draft of our discussion that will continue to April 9th, our next meeting to continue our deliberations. After we're done with the work session of our evening, we'll be switching over to the town hall portion of our evening, which I'll talk about in more detail later. You can participate in the town hall 3 ways, either in person, over the phone. The sign-up deadline for that was earlier today, though. Or if you are watching online from home, you can comment in the Facebook event page for this event, which is hosted by the municipal clerk's office page. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. Let's go ahead and start by going over some of the federal guidance that was included in a presentation by the administration last week. So if we can go ahead and pull up the Special Assembly Meeting American Rescue Plan presentation, please. So as folks remember from last week, the administration gave a good overview of some of the aspects in the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. I'm not going to go through all of these slides in detail, so members of the public who want to review all of the slides can go to the Assembly's website to view the presentation under our work sessions page. So let's go ahead and go to slide 3, please. So the municipality is expected to receive about $101 million in 2 tranches, half of it no later than 60 days after enactment of the bill, and the other half 12 months later. Next slide, please. With regard to use of the funds, the bill does state the following, quote, to respond to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 or its negative economic impacts, quote, to respond to workers performing essential work during COVID-19 by providing premium pay, end quote, quote, for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue, end quote. And last, quote, to make necessary investments in water, sewer, or broadband infrastructure, end quote. We expect much more federal guidance to come out over the coming weeks and possibly months from multiple federal agencies, but for now, this is what we have. Next, I want to go through some of the other buckets of money outside of the local government dollars included in the bill. Again, this was presented to us last week, so if you'd like to review these in more detail, please go to the Assembly's website and our work sessions page. So first is rental assistance. The federal bill allocates $21 billion to be divided among state, local, tribal, and other entities for rental assistance. Next slide, please. Next is mortgage assistance, something that was missing in the bill passed late last year. The American Rescue Plan appropriates $10 billion for this purpose, with each state receiving no less than $50 million. Move on to slide 8, the child care slide, please. Next is child care. So the bill funds $24 billion for child care. Slide 10 on the restaurants, please. Next is the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, which is funded at $29 billion. And then slide 14, please, on the Capitol. And then last is, the last bucket presented to us previously was the Capital Projects Fund at $10 billion. So these aren't all of the buckets of funding, obviously, but the ones the administration thought were most relevant to our discussion. I'm sure we will be presented with more information in future meetings. One final note of clarification before moving on. From what I understand, the deployment of these dollars is going to depend on how each bucket was built. Some may be run totally by the federal government. Some might be going to both state and local governments, and some might be going only to state governments. There's obviously a lot more to learn as this unfolds, but the main point is that there are several items being funded through buckets outside of the local government dollars we are deliberating here. Aside from what Jason prepared for us last week, I also wanted to quickly share 2 additional documents from the National League of Cities that might be helpful for the members and the public. Both of these documents can be found on the Assembly's work session page. First, I want to go through the title by title document. So I'm not going to go over this in detail as this document is 16 pages, but it does do a great job of giving a general overview of the bill section by section. This is definitely a good read for folks who are wondering about that gray area that we keep talking about. The other document from the NLC, the state and government funding document, if we can pull that one up really quick. So that one I think does a good job answering some of the common Q&As about the COVID-19 relief funds we are expecting to receive soon. It's also a shorter document. I think this one is just 3 pages. So a good quick read for folks who want to learn more about what the National League of Cities has unearthed about the program. Before moving on, I wanted to quickly mention the $1 billion the state will be receiving very soon. That is the other big unknown in this entire conversation. From what I understand, the deliberation on state COVID-19 relief dollars will be the last thing the legislature intends to handle before they close out session. So it will likely be weeks before we hear anything from the state on their intended use of the dollars they are receiving. Okay, so next item on the agenda. So I wanted to take a few minutes to circle back to our last conversation surrounding the initial allocation, do a quick overview of that discussion, and see if anyone had additional thoughts, learned something new that would be helpful for our deliberation, or changed their minds on anything since last week. Before I open it up, a quick overview. So last week we discussed as a body the possibility of allocating between 10 and 25 million of the first tranche of dollars coming our way, so the first 50 million or so, to some of the following areas. Completing wait lists for 3 previous programs, 1, the small business relief, 2, nonprofit relief, and 3, the voucher program, or the gift card program. Tourism marketing and tourism business relief was discussed, as well as funding for cultural pillars, outreach and education, and we also heard some requests from the administration, including funding for technical assistance, intensive case management and rental assistance in relation to transitioning out of the Sullivan, and workforce training. So at this point, I want to note for the record we've been joined by Mr. Perez-Vidia. Thanks for joining us on the phone. So at this point, just wanted to open up the discussion to see if folks had anything based on the initial allocation that they wanted to talk about again at this time. Mr. Constant.
Yes, in your list of deferred funding wait lists, you missed a whole category, and that would be the artist program. We had a substantial number of working artists who submitted applications and were not funded, and there were a number that were, but I would like them to be included on that wait list program.
Thank you. All right. Any other thoughts before we move on? We obviously don't have a document to look at. I think the administration is waiting for Treasury to provide us a little bit more information before we actually have a document. Once we do, I'm sure we'll have more to say.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. And I was hoping that that list of artists include musicians as well. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
So for the record, I think the answer to that was yes.
Yes. Many musicians were applicants that didn't get funded. There were a lot of tears.
Okay. Unless there's anything else, we're going to go ahead and move on. So that takes us to hearing from community groups with their suggestions. So we're going to start with Jasmine and Heather, if you two want to come on up. Welcome. So if you two want to go ahead, it's the yellow button to turn it on. It's not on, no, yellow button to turn it on.
Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. Hi, thank you to the chair, thank you to the assembly members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you. Jasmine and I are co-chairs of the Equity and Inclusion Subcommittee of the Economic and Resiliency Task Force. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here, most specifically because we want to express our appreciation for your acknowledging that it's important, that equity is important, and that it's important to have different voices at the table when you're discussing things of this importance. I said important like 9 times. Obviously, it's important to me. One of the things, Jasmine is going to talk a little bit. So our subcommittee meets bi-weekly, and we discuss just issues of equity, particularly concerning the pandemic, but in general, about the municipality in general. Jasmine's going to talk a lot about a recurring topic at our meetings, which is the need for outreach, varied, consistent, and intense outreach into all corners of the community. I'm going to touch on just a couple of other things that we just want to reiterate are super important and that topics that come up in our discussions. Apologize that I'm not really familiar. I didn't get a chance to go over all the materials from last week or read the new Funding Act. I do intend to do so. I think it's important to know what's going on and the money that's coming forward. But some of the issues that we have discussed are the first and foremost, well, not first and foremost, but first on my list is the rental assistance and relief. We're really happy the amount of money that's gone into that program, but the eviction moratorium ends in 5 days. We need to make sure that there's continued support for people that are having issues with staying in their housing. I'm excited to see that there is some attention being given to mortgage assistance as well. One of the most important big issues that I feel has come out of this pandemic is a lot of the people that are suffering and struggling with job loss end issues are people that have never been in this position before. So they may very well be homeowners because they lost their jobs. They did not intend to be put in this position and they don't know what to do. So it's not, maybe we think of the people in the lower socioeconomic status that we're worried about, they're hungry or they're out of money, they're running out of food and all these sort of things. But this is a whole nother segment that has been affected by the pandemic of people that may have been self-supporting for years, taking care of themselves, doing their business, and all of a sudden they went to work one day and were told there's a pandemic, you don't have a job. So again, they may be homeowners, and that's an important part of it. So we just want to reiterate that that is important. Hopefully they got the rental assistance they needed, but that at the end of the year, just because you weren't able to be kicked out, that doesn't mean that in 5 days, you're not going to get a back bill for the last 9 months of rent and be evicted. So it's very important to keep that. And one of the members that we have works with Alaska Legal Services, and it's hopeful that they can continue to get support, because that's a lot of the work that they do, is to help people who are maybe being evicted or something along those lines. Another topic that I think is very important at this time that hasn't really been mentioned a lot is the need for a comprehensive vaccine program to make sure that everybody who wants to get vaccinated is able to get vaccinated. I know that the EOC has reached out to our subcommittee for assistance in getting the word out, because there are a lot of vaccines available right now in the community, but people need to know that, and they need to know where to go, they need to know how to get them. Again, Jasmine's going to talk a little bit about outreach, but we need to make sure that people who want to get the vaccine are able to, and also address vaccine hesitancy, which in a lot of communities, it's not that they aren't able to get the vaccine, they don't understand it, they might be afraid of it, they might not understand that it's safe, and there's a lot of issues that are going around that, which again will be encompassed into the talk about outreach and how it's important to reach into each community in a manner that they understand and with people that they can identify with, and so that they feel safe. I know we have a limited amount of time. I just want to reiterate support, again, for the rental assistance, for childcare. Very important to acknowledge the small businesses and the needs that they have. I haven't read all the language, but I saw that there was language there where it may be possible to target some of that money specifically to certain entities, such as women-owned, veteran-owned, and disadvantaged business enterprises, so I'm happy to see that. The other last thing I wanted to say was the topic of you touched on it briefly, Mr. Chair, about the money that the state is getting, and one of the issues that come up, and we are aware that there's only so much we can do as a municipality, but if there is any influence that we can wield on the state as far as some of the problems that are coming through are that people are not able to access the programs, the SNAP benefits, the EBT benefits. One of the biggest issues that we've had is just the lack of staffing. When there's hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands of people needing assistance, we have to staff these programs in order to help people have access to the assistance that's available. You can say that there's money, but if people aren't able to access it, it's not going to help them. Again, I'm going to turn it over to Jasmine here so she can have an opportunity to talk, but I just want to really, really express how much we appreciate the opportunity to be here, to speak to you, and that it's really, really important to have diverse voices come to the table when you make big decisions that are going to affect all segments of the community. You need to have all segments of the community available to have something to say about how that money is going to be spent and how it's going to affect them. And I personally thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us this opportunity.
Okay, so I have 2 cell phones worth of notes, so I'm going to bounce between the 2 phones. So I want to piggyback off what Heather was saying, and I'm speaking from my role on that task force, but then also speaking from firsthand experience being an administrator of one of the programs. So just to remind everyone, I did send over some data and information specifically about the COVID gift card program, and I want to use that as a catalyst for why we are continuing this conversation about extensive outreach to support all the programs. So as you guys know, or you'll know now, in the gift card program, we processed about 23,000 applications in 1 month. And out of those 23,000 applications, we were able to help maybe 11,000 between families and individuals around there, but there's still about 10,000 people left on that waiting list, so 11,000, and that's the ones who qualified that didn't apply from out of the municipality, people that didn't hit submit twice, people that were not in duplicate households, and we would not have been able to reach that level of people in that amount of time if we did not have an extensive advertising and outreach team. And what I found as an administrator, but also speaking extensively in our task force meetings, is it would be very helpful if there was a set aside of money that was strategically for outreach and feet on the ground. We do have the CPLN program. We worked really successfully with them and they helped, but it's bigger than that. We do have 211 and that helped, but it's bigger than that. So when you're trying to be an administrator and process the applications, do the paperwork, reach the people, that's a lot of job for one organization to do. And what happens is you end up having disparities between the different programs based off how many resources they have. Bigger organizations and groups who administer these programs have more funding and disposable time and staffing resources to advertise more adequately. Smaller groups might not. Our team was lucky enough to have requested additional funding for outreach because we knew that was key. And if it wasn't for outreach funding, we wouldn't have been able to reach the people who we did. So we have data broken down to show that, I think it was, 61% of the people that we assisted had gotten COVID help for the first time. 82% of the people that we assisted opted into texting alerts and information because they said they weren't on their computer that much. And then we had other data from them as well. 12% of the applications we completed or we received were paper applications. They weren't on the computer. 27% of the applications completed were over the phone. And then 61% of the applications completed came through on the computer. But keeping in mind, 29% of those applications were through the computer, but those people had someone else do the application for them on the computer. So we say the websites are good and they're very, very helpful for putting out information, but as we know, believe it or not, especially in some diverse communities and underrepresented communities, the internet is not still a source of influence. And if you're only advertising these programs on the municipal website, you miss a lot of people. So some of the things that we were able to do that greatly increased response and allowed us to reach more people was we had a physical street team. They started with Girdwood. They worked their way all the way to Eklutna, passing out flyers in different languages and actually making physical contact in neighborhoods of influence. All the materials were translated in case they wanted one in Spanish, which was our top second language, and then Samoan was the third one, and Tagalog was the fourth one in terms of applications that came through. We did PSAs on radio in English and Spanish, and the Spanish community was really receptive of that. We did outreach to Telemundo. We did outreach to the Spanish-speaking newspaper. And then other ideas were things like bus ads, et cetera. So some of the feedback that came back was websites are good, and that's base one, but it would be very helpful to reach more people if there was more diverse and a set-aside budget specifically for outreach. So that would allow you to bring together all the administrators. They can all communicate their programs, how they apply, how you access them, and instead of them trying to use either their skill set or their resources, there's one unified, streamlined system of getting information out. We even had people who had ideas like, is there a starting number we can call and just click on it for automated information about the different programs if I don't know how to use a computer? Or click on it in different languages. Could you have 907-343 info as a starting place? Of course, we recognize that, again, 211 does part of that, but that's just not adequate enough. There are so many different programs, different languages, different centers of influence in those languages, different levels of technology, geographics, et cetera, and it would be helpful, and I think you would see a bigger response to some of these programs here, and just overall letting go of that barrier of it's hard to get information from the muni or do business with the muni if there's a more robust plan that is strategically about outreach and getting all this information out to everybody on one equitable level playing field. Because as it stands, especially for programs that are first come, first serve. It basically says, if you don't have access to a computer and you don't know how to get to it quickly, you're not going to get help. And I think that was one of the things that was hard for people to understand with the gift card program is we purposely had a period. So anybody had access to apply. And it wasn't just going to folks who have a computer or access to someone who knows how to use a computer, they can get to it quickly. So we've talked about it a lot in our meetings. And then just again in closing, we would strongly recommend, suggest, and urge that you guys put some money aside for outreach and more streamlined communications internally. And I even emailed a little document and a breakdown with a sample plan of action with phases for you guys. So that's all I had.
Great, thanks. All right, so we're going to go through questions.
Oh, are we done? Can we sit down? We sit down now? Okay.
No,
no,
stay
okay.
there. Stay.
Sorry.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. All right, so some questions, and if you don't know the answer to some of these, that's okay. So first is on rental relief. So you mentioned the eviction moratorium ending soon. Do you, or maybe someone else on this body who's been following this more closely, is that the federal eviction moratorium that's ending?
I think Nicole said it was, didn't she? I think it is. We got this information from Nicole Nelson from Alaska Legal Services.
Okay.
So I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
All right.
And she's also on our committee. That's why we had her as a point of reference.
Got it. And do you know if that was just for housing that's funded with federal dollars, or if it was more general than that?
Did she say?
Say it again. I'm sorry. Repeat.
So, do you know if that was for the federal eviction moratorium, if that's just for housing funded with federal dollars, or if it was just a more general federal eviction moratorium?
That's a great question, but I believe it's a general moratorium. I believe at this point you can't be evicted for non-payment of rent if it's related to the pandemic.
Okay. And did you have a date when that ends? You said it was ending soon.
5 days.
5 days? Okay, thanks. Okay, I have other questions, but I'll go ahead and go to the end of the queue. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I don't recall seeing the outreach plan of action email. If you could resend it, that would be great. I'm sorry I missed it.
No, that's okay. I actually only sent it to Mr. Rivera, but I will share that out, and I just did it today. So
Okay.
I'll share that again.
Great. And then if there is, out of the committee you co-chair or subcommittee, if there's a written report of recommendations, I would really love it, even if it's bullet points. And I just wanted to flag as you're thinking about those. I've been able to establish good communication with our state representatives and senators about state-based issues. One in particular is waitlists for respite care for TEFRA recipients, but things like that, if you flag those, we're happy to be conduits. You know, I think some of the issues being faced are really things with state-based benefits, but we can be a part of the solution and the advocacy piece. And then the last thing I wanted to raise, you mentioned support for legal services. I have a request for them for 2 full-time attorneys, one to address housing and one to address employment issues. So they did put in a proposal. So thanks for flagging that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Yeah, this is really good. That outreach thing is always a challenge, is how do you get word out? So, and maybe it's in your report, but I can't stand to wait that long. So you had people, how big was your crew that did flyers from Girdwood to?
Oh, we had a small crew. It was like 5, but I think yeah, we had 5 people, and that's all they did. So the 5 people that we had balanced between picking up geographic parts of the city, and then we had a list of who we knew were centers of influence or just places in those areas, and we just basically told them just zigzag the streets and bring some handouts and just make sure they know about the program. Because again, not everybody is internet-based or website-based. A lot of our communities are still word of mouth, give me a piece of paper, let me tell a friend. So we had a dedicated team of 5 intensively for a month, and then after the applications got so crazy that we had to pull them off, then we just had basically one person who stayed on it and went to every location and took photos of themselves at every location.
Well, that's good. There's many, many things we do that it seems like we need to do something different in outreach. So roughly how much did all that cost?
Our budget was $20,000, so we just made it work. That was all inclusive of radio, TV, everything. So it was an all-inclusive budget. And we did still work closely with the Administration Communications Department. We worked closely with the CPLNs. So we all just did some training and masterminds together on how to get out information and where, and we just customized it based off the community we were going into.
Okay, so you've got about $2 million worth left.
No, the majority of our budget was straight gift cards. They just allocated $20,000 specifically for outreach. That was the radio commercials, the TV commercials, the putting the flyers out, but that was it.
Okay,
The rest of it
was
was all
unclear.
gift cards.
But I think you have the number of people waitlisted, and weren't they $200 gift cards? So you need like
Yes, so-
2.2 million more to cover everybody.
Yeah, so in the spreadsheet, I'd have to double check. It was 11,000-ish people total, keeping in mind a couple thousand of them are individuals, so they got a different amount than families. That's how we were able to stretch it further. But I'll forward that spreadsheet to you too, and it'll break down who's left over and if they're an individual or a family. But it was 11,000 bodies total.
Okay, so if we were to take some of these funds and kind of get rid of the wait list, that's kind of one of our broad thoughts, would you need to do more outreach, or you have that list, you just contact them and you're good to go?
I think for that particular program, we would be fine because we already have the list of names. We wouldn't have any more outreach to do. I do think that just getting the waiting list done is more equitable versus adding more people, and then some folks run the risk of being denied 3 times. So for the particular gift card program, there's no more outreach for us to do. We already have all the names and everything set up. For the other programs, the newer ones or larger ones, I think some outreach funding set aside would be great there.
Okay, so I have a couple more, but I'm happy to rotate.
Let's do that. Okay, so back to me. So I want to go back to vaccines, and one of the things that you talked about, people need to know about the vaccine. Maybe this is just the world that I live in, but I'm just sort of inundated with information about the vaccine. So from your experience, where do people need to hear about the vaccine? Like where do they need to get that information from?
Right. I think that correlates directly with what Jasmine is saying, is that people receive their information differently. And again, what Mr. Weddleton was asking a lot about was how to reach certain types of people. Those of us that are on social media, on the website and all that, yeah, we know that they're out there. Like right now, there seems like there's an inundation of vaccines, right? We all know that they're available, but do the people who aren't on the website and who aren't on the social media and who aren't on the website? So I think this is the whole point of the need for diverse outreach, the people on the streets. And people need to be, with vaccines, there's a lot of hesitancy, certainly in different ethnic communities and smaller communities. And again, one of the things that we are so excited about in Anchorage is our diversity and the number of different cultures we have here, but they also see things differently. Different vaccines are seen differently. Is it halal? Is it kosher? Is it okay in my religion that I take this? I don't know what's in it. These are the vaccine hesitancy questions that we need to address, and this is why one of the components of outreach that we're talking about is that it needs to be from people that they're comfortable with and they feel safe with. So when you do outreach, it's a lot different to have somebody say, look on the website, get a vaccine, or here's a flyer, go there, or to have someone from your community, like a church leader or a community leader, say, we're going to have a talk about it. We're going to talk about the vaccine, and maybe we can have the van available. I mean, the EOC is doing a lot of work, and I really appreciate that they reached out to us. They're definitely trying to get the word out there, but it's the same question. It's the outreach into those corners of the community that aren't being inundated, and understanding that they need to understand, is it safe, that there's a lot of questions, and I think the importance, again, is just that they need to get this information from people that they trust. might not be the proper venue to say it, but there's a lot of distrust in government from a lot of different segments of the community, and so they don't want to hear that message from the government. They want to hear that message from someone that they trust. Did that answer it?
Yeah, thanks. That's helpful. And just so for the members, Jennifer forwarded everyone the email from Jasmine that talks about some of her ideas for an outreach plan if members want to take a look at that. Okay, so that's it for me right now. I'll go to Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Hello, ladies. Glad to see you here. And thank you for your hard work and all of this. I just have a couple of questions. Or maybe a comment and a question. I was just driving here and there was an article on public radio playing, and it was in Massachusetts or somewhere, and they were talking about two 90-year-old people, a couple, who have no computer, who have no email, who have no way to connect, and their whole state's getting vaccinated, but they had to print out a form to be able to get their vaccine, and a scenario in which two of the most vulnerable people were unable to access it, and it took an act of God to get them a vaccine. And so I really honor the work that you're trying to do, which is find the people who don't fit within the parameters that we have and get them to the door as best as possible. And Jasmine, I really appreciate the story that you shared about your own personal experience in having a vaccine and kind of the whole cultural laden weight of all of that that came with it for you and how you communicated that to everybody, because in my experience, the only way people will trust the process is by having people they trust take the first step, and that's called leadership. And so thank you. Mr. Weddleton had a very pointed question that he didn't get answered, I don't think, and you kind of danced around it, and maybe you don't have it. And I think the answer was, how much money do we need to appropriate to fulfill the 11,000? Do you have a number? Is that in that email?
No, but when I did the last calculations, I would say approximately 2.5 million is what it would take.
Right. Okay, that's kind of very specific, and maybe that's with some hedge. And then I think what I heard you ask for broadly is in that outreach and communications is really technical assistance, just in a very specific way, which is outreach and communications and support, so that the people who are doing the work can do the engagement. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and I think we're broadly going to have a talk about technical assistance and how it fits, because there are a lot of ways that that needs to happen. So thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. Jasmine, I just have a couple of questions. When you guys are doing the gift cards and people are applying for them, are we doing it based on need? Is it first come, first? Like, how are you guys deciding? Because there was a lot of need for it. And then I have a follow-up afterwards.
I'm glad you asked that. So initially, when our committee spoke about it, we wanted to do need. But then we got into the conversation of how do we determine who has the most need? I mean, we don't know whose story, even though it became a lotto, which was requested by, the administration requested that we did a lottery. So we did a lottery software. So once they qualified, names randomly went into a software and they just picked based off the total number given. You know, in a perfect world, of course we would have preferred to go deeper with that. But given the short amount of time we had and the fact that we already knew there was the risk of backlash, like Jasmine and them are picking people, we didn't want that. So it was fair to do two things. Number one, do the lottery. And number one, which I'm very, very proud of, is having the application process go through the city and be on the city's server and the city's website so you could see exactly who applied, what they said they had in terms of public assistance, have they been helped. So it was a lottery, but we backed that data up double just to make sure, you know, we protected ourselves in terms of who applied, what they stated, all of that stuff.
Please. Sorry, I was pulling my calculator out while I was listening to you too. And the reason why is because I'm actually wondering how $200 could be just increased just enough to put it just a little bit more assistance.
Right.
So I was running a figure of $350.
Okay.
And I'm sure we can figure out numbers. But an extra $50, an extra $100 could make all the difference. So How do you believe that could, I know it's a big increase when you look at the overall,
Yeah.
but the helpfulness of it, what do you think about that?
So the short answer is, in a perfect world, I would love for it to be more. I would have to go back and do more calculations on our list to make it work. I will say, and I'm glad you said that too, that was another area of contingency. When we first were going to do it, that's why I was very firm with the administration saying you need to have the verbiage up to. Because if you only give $200 to everybody or $400, you're cutting off a lot of people. And there was so much need, the only way to make it work was to cut the amounts in half. And that's how we were able to go and help 11,000 plus versus what would have been 5,000 or 6,000 if they just got 400. So for me, just personally, it was kind of hard to hear that around Christmas. Like, I'm going to give you 4 and that person gets 0. So we cut everything in half. So short answer is, that would be great. I have to go back and do the math to see what it would change it to make sure I give you guys the right information. And I will say just in closing, doing that program, there was a lot of like, oh, people are just going to just use it and take advantage. But if you heard the stories and saw people coming in, 90% of them were just like, I need my food card. I normally do good, but I'm embarrassed that I need to ask for this food card. I live on Hillside, but my food card, please. So it was very humbling, and it was definitely emotionally taxing at sometimes, like hearing all them stories and just seeing people that were like literally just asking for some food, and so anything to help, I'm open and receptive and down to explore and figure out how we can make it work together.
Chair, just one last question. The reason I'm also bringing how you guys are distributing it fair across the board is because if you're one person and you need food, $200. But if you're a family of 4, it's not fair, right? So we're giving them $200, but they're trying to feed their family. So I'm just wondering if maybe you could come up with some sort of, I don't know, can we brainstorm?
Yeah.
And see how we can maybe, okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Thanks. Mr. Weddleton?
I'm curious about the eviction thing, it just seems odd. Are people getting kicked out? I mean, when there was, should that eviction moratorium end, then they may get a bill, and for the months they didn't pay, and that's reasonable, but would they get kicked out? It seems very odd, because any landlord would know there's a huge federal program coming that should cover everything they owe. So if you kick them out, you might get none of that.
But that's the scary part, though. A lot of the landlords don't know. And they're in the same boat with not all of them are on the computer, or not all of them know how to find the information. There's some landlords, like we had some people calling that, like, we were in the middle of arguing with them and their landlord, trying to explain to their landlord, this person's not lying. And all they could say was, where'd you hear that at? So it was more another information thing. And of course, Nicole could speak to it more. I could just speak to, like, even in that capacity, some of the landlords didn't know, or they just didn't believe it just coming from their tenant. They're like, you're just trying to not be evicted. So even that was kind of odd and a revelation for me, like, oh, some of these landlords even didn't know. So and that just reinforced the, like, how are we getting information out to people?
That's helpful, it's because I have a 4-plex, so we told all our, and most of them, none of them really needed it apparently, but it's kind of, as a landlord, you would want your tenants to know that because you want to get paid.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Thanks.
Can I just add to that it's important to know that all landlords are not created equal, and all tenants are not created equal. So while even though the landlords might know, if you have tenants who haven't properly filled out the paperwork or are not getting that money, even though it's available for them, if they don't know how to get it, then they still stand to maybe be evicted, whereas they shouldn't necessarily need to. And I know that that's one of the things that Nicole talks to us a little bit about, is just that not just the outreach to landlords and to tenants, but the intersection between them. Some landlords were getting payments and they weren't telling their tenants their rent was paid. So there needs to be better communication all the way around.
Good, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Presberdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, my question
It's on the
already asked and answered. So I appreciate both of the speakers being here, and really like the information that they shared.
Mr. Presberdia?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, I guess we will come back to him. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, ladies. So in the context of the idea of increasing the amount, it's a little challenging, right? Because you have 11,000 people that we've already given out cards to, and we're talking about fulfilling the list. And so I don't disagree with the idea of let's figure out a way to make it more if we can, but what I would like, if possible, in your calculations to do is set a base amount, which could go to the individuals who were waitlisted, the other 11,000, and then set a separate amount that would be divided among all 22,000, so that the people who previously got some would get the difference that we were making up for the others, so that we have a fair and equitable distribution, and not that you came late so you get more.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to go back to Mr. Perez-Verdia. And I'm just going to try one other person. Miss Kennedy, are you with us?
Yes, I was here at roll call.
Oh, it's really soft.
You can?
Okay, Miss Kennedy, can you try again, please?
Yes, I am here. I was here and answered at roll call.
Okay, got it. So we're going to get IT to help us out and figure out what's going on with our audio. So Mr. Perez-Verdia, I will come back to you once we figure out what's going on with our phone system. For now, I'll go to Mr. Peterson.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we've been talking about the individuals who are getting the gift cards. What about the restaurants that accept the gift cards? Is there a specific list that you're giving out? Because we have a long list of restaurants that are, could be in a bad state as far as the successfulness of their business is concerned. And so how did you choose a list of restaurants that would accept these? Or how did you come about which?
So that was actually a separate program. So the Alaska Hospitality Retailers Group with their group did a separate gift card program where it was something with gift cards to restaurants. Ours was simply grocery stores.
Oh, grocery stores.
Yes, and we reached out to the grocery stores, like all the bigger ones, and then whoever responded, that's just where we went and got them from. So we didn't really get into restaurants, things like that. I will say, just in that capacity, they were thankful and happy, and a lot of them actually donated extra ones, so then we were able to help more people because they liked the program in itself. So like Red Apple was a big one that did that. So yeah, we just did grocery stores, but that separate program, they did restaurants, but I don't know any of the specifics on that one, on Sylvia's program.
Okay, yeah, lots of programs to keep track of.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I'm actually going to go ahead and take a break while we get this technical issue set up. So we're going to take a 15-minute break.
Ms. Kennedy, will you mind staying with us so we can test using your audio connection?
Sure. Yeah, can you hear me at all? Are you hearing me at all?
Fantastic. And then Nolan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Nolan, are you with us?
Yes, I'm on, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I know he's there. He's texting me, but he can't hear us, I guess.
Crystal, can we ask you to speak?
Oh, yeah, I tested them. Crystal and Cameron could hear, and we could hear them well. I think it's just the admin line.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nolan can hear me, but it sounds like we can't hear him.
Testing. I'm speaking now.
Nolan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Nolan, can you do me a favor? Can you hang up and dial back in, and let's see if that fixes it?
This is Nolan.
Thanks. So Nolan, I don't know if you're back with us, but what we're probably going to do is we are going to call you, and that way, hopefully, we'll be able to hear you and everything will be A-okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Remember, you must now dial 1 plus your area code in number, or 0 plus your area. The digit 0 or 1 is not required to complete a local call. Please hang up and dial.
Hello, this is Nolan.
Great, it works. Fantastic. Thanks, Nolan.
Thank you, Felix.
All right. So I'm going to ask members to go ahead and take a seat, and we're going to go ahead and get started again. First, I'm going to start with Mr. Perez-Verdia. You had a question, I believe, for Jasmine and for Heather. So if you wanted to go ahead and ask your question.
Actually, thanks, Felix. My question was asked and answered earlier, and so we can go ahead and pass me. Just want to thank Heather and Jasmine for being here and for sharing all the information that they did. It was really, really valuable. So thank you for your time.
Great. Thanks so much, Cameron. Okay. Thank you so much, Jasmine and Heather. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on. So we have two more folks to speak with us. We're going to start with Nolan Clauda, and then we'll move on to Kai Holland. So Nolan is with the Budget Advisory Commission. So go ahead, Nolan. We are happy to hear from you and the work that the commission has been doing.
Sure. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and also to be fair, I am still on the Budget Advisory Commission. I'm no longer chairing the group, so I'm not necessarily able to speak on behalf of the Budget Advisory Commission, but I can offer some economic perspectives as well, and that was one of the things that I was hoping to be able to do for the Assembly this evening. And so to kind of start things off, where the Anchorage economy is overall. And as of February, we're down almost 12,000 jobs from the year prior. So we have a pretty significant number of unemployed. Anchorage has about half of all the job losses in the state have been in our city, which is about proportionate to what we would expect. What we have seen is this pattern of a K-shaped recovery. And what that tends to look like is you see stories about how the housing market, last year in Alaska was at a record number of sales, higher prices, and then on the other hand, I testified for the House Labor and Commerce Committee in the state legislature about a month ago, and reported that around 40,000 Alaskans are not current on their rent or mortgage, and about 60,000 Alaskans have either slight or no confidence in their ability to make their next payment. And so you have these dynamics where one subset of the population is doing really well, those that haven't lost their jobs, that are disproportionately from higher paying professions, and then you have another group that's doing poorly, that lost work, that has had a lot more disruption. But something that has been fortunate during this recession, I think, is that a lot of the federal programs have done a pretty good job of making up the income gap, with unemployment benefits and with the payouts that have been done to individuals. So overall income in the United States in 2020 was actually higher than in 2019, even though employment was way down. So all of that, all of this kind of preamble to, what should we do with the next, tranche of funding, and what are some ideas? And I think what's a little bit different about the funding, that's coming to the Muni under the American Rescue Plan Act versus the CARES Act was that I think with CARES Act last year there was a need to sort of cover all the bases, right? Of thinking about who's falling behind on housing and what businesses need help and what kinds of other programs need assistance. And to now probably an approach might be to consider a more targeted kind of look at what sectors of the economy are needing the most help. Some areas have received a lot of benefit. There has been a pretty good amount of money made available for businesses through the Paycheck Protection Program. The recent act also includes a lot of money for housing relief, and so there's probably a lot of good help there. And unemployment, the bonus unemployment through next fall is going to leave the workforce in relatively okay shape, although it's always better to be working, right? So what are some ideas? And I have a couple of kind of general approaches to share with the Assembly about areas that need some help still. And one of them is in workforce development. I think that there's an interesting opportunity, among the folks that are unemployed. Disproportionate number of them are younger have been drawn from lower paid professions, especially leisure, hospitality, the service sector, restaurants and retail type of work. And I think that there's a pretty good opportunity for retraining for people while they're unemployed. There have been some models and some that our Center for Economic Development that I direct have proposed or suggested, to use some of the funding to pay for scholarships for displaced people to go through certificate programs. There's also some online trainings that I think that the Muni is already working with through the Generator program with the 49 SAF. So these are ideas where you have unemployed people that can go through training that gets them, enhances their skill set for future work, and that helps to solve kind of a long-term problem that we've had in our economy with a small workforce and sometimes a workforce that's just underprepared in many respects, according to the complaints that you get from a lot of employers, where they just can't find people to fill whatever work is available. That problem existed before COVID, but maybe now we have some tools to deal with it. I think another area is to kind of take more of a fine-tooth comb and look for any gaps that might remain, despite the federal funding. So there's money for housing, money for businesses, but who's getting left behind by some of that funding, I think, is something that I don't have an answer for you today, but I think that as a general approach, I think that's probably a good idea. So that you can focus on areas that maybe haven't been covered by some of the direct federal legislation. Another area is the tourism industry. I think that the economy is likely, over the course of the year, we're likely to see a lot of recovery happening as people get vaccinated, but the recovery for tourism may not quite come fast enough. I think especially when you look at the situation with cruise boats, and about half of the visitors, or more than half the visitors to the state each year, they come and they spend money, and we don't think we're going to have much of a cruise season this year. So anything that can be done to ease people's concerns about coming to Anchorage. Anchorage is obviously a big destination for people when they're visiting Alaska, and I think that a lot of the groups like Visit Anchorage and like the RVSA group that's formed have had some pretty creative ideas about how to sort of market and pitch Alaska as a place that's safe, high vaccination rates and good practices in place, and I think that advancing some of those is a really good idea. So those are the main thoughts that I had to share with the Assembly today, and of course I'm always happy to answer questions or anything else that people have at this point. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thanks so much, Nolan. Mr. Constant?
Thanks, Nolan. You tapped into a kind of a conundrum that I am struggling with a little bit, and I know that there is conversation on how to overcome this. And the conundrum is that there's vast sums of federal money that are going to be appropriated down the pools that we had already appropriated in the last round, and it certainly raises the question to me, is it so smart for us to make application or make funds available for those categories when a huge swath of funding is going to become available for the same thing? The things that come to mind are the restaurant and small business funding that we're going to see out of the rescue plan. And so the conversation we've had is around coming up with funding technical assistance to ensure that our local tourist companies, restaurants, et cetera, nonprofits are able to make applications successfully. So the question I have, and it's not something that probably you could answer contemporaneously, but is how do we filter through or sort through those funding pools in such a way that we can meaningfully identify the gaps that you highlighted?
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Constant, I think that I don't have an immediate answer to that, but I do think it does require some pretty careful examination of where those gaps might be, because I think that these federal programs are often created with broad brushstrokes, right? And so some of the specifics of, for instance, the housing relief funding that's coming from the federal government, does it cover all the categories that we identify? When it comes to business financing, I think that a lot of the Paycheck Protection Program has done a really good job of getting a lot of money into struggling businesses that keep them afloat and that allow them to employ people. But I think that it's often there have often been some categories of businesses that kind of don't fit quite perfectly, and I think sometimes very seasonal businesses struggle to make the most out of the Paycheck Protection Program because their time of operations is so narrow. So I think that looking with that kind of a perspective is something that does require some care. And I do agree on technical assistance to businesses as well. I think I would recommend that this body talk to John Bittner, who's the director at the Small Business Development Center. But I think that businesses do need a lot of hands-on help to adjust and to identify funding that suits their needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, there's a lot to work with here. It's like he barely scratched the surface. A couple questions. One, you might have, in tourism, a huge amount of people didn't have jobs, but, it seems like there's a lot of, J1 workers across the city in tourism. So I wonder if that kind of diluted the impact. Do you have any idea? I have no clue what percent of, our 4 or 5 month tourism season employment is J1s. Do you have an idea?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I don't know much about that offhand. I obviously the non-resident employment, in seasonal visitation, is pretty high, right? But I don't know offhand. But I do think that maybe what you're driving at partly is that the number of people actually unemployed in Alaska maybe could have been worse if it had been all residents that lost their jobs rather than a mix of residents and non-residents, and I think that is the case.
Yeah. Can I ask one other? A little trickier, I think. So we look at mismatch of workforce skills with the demand for workers. How do you do that? I mean, that's like a multi-year effort, and what if you miss and you train everyone to be a pastry chef and people quit eating pastries or something?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Weddleton, I think it's a very good point. There has been and we did some work on this, looking at job postings and what are some of the most common ones. I think it makes sense when you're doing job retraining, focus on those that do have a lot of that have a lot of openings and turnover, not necessarily ones that we speculate are going to be the jobs of tomorrow, right? I think it's a pretty safe approach. That there are, the healthcare industry is always hiring, can't find enough nurses, right, or medical technicians of all sorts. Always high demand for various kinds of accountants, bookkeepers. There are a number of these kinds of vocations that just always do have a lot of openings. Makes more sense to focus on those rather than to get too speculative, I guess, about what we think will be the growing jobs of the future.
Thanks. That's helpful.
Thanks. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, and thank you, Norman, for being here. I think I've met many questions. I'll just try to limit it. The really good points around the initial broad stroke approach, and if you're familiar with the framework that we built, that's sort of the intention of that, is to look at those key buckets or key areas of our city and making sure that we're thinking about investing into all of the pieces that are important. And I see the need to look at that again and to think about how to target, as you said, and how to really target. And then this other point around the rest of the federal funding, and I guess I would wonder whether it would be valuable to, within that framework, to be able to put in all of the other existing funding that is going to happen. And that may be able to give us a bit of an analysis of where to focus based on the funding we're going to receive and based on other funding available. So thanks. Good points on that. I would guess the question for you is, when we're thinking about targeting, you had talked to us in a previous time, targeting about where we're going to make the biggest impact. Do you have ideas about sort of where we can focus that targeting short term in terms of the greatest need? And then I guess I'm also curious about, should we be thinking about long term as well, knowing that the economic impacts of this are going to last a long time? So I'd love to hear more about your ideas about how to target this and how to vary that between short-term need and long-term impacts?
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, it's a good question. The breakdown between the long term and the short term. I think in the short term, the big challenge, and I think something that a lot of policy has done, by this body and also at the federal level has done a pretty good job of keeping households from falling through the cracks and becoming destitute. A lot of people lost jobs and a lot of that income was able to get replaced, not perfectly, but it was done, mostly successfully, right? And so I think in the short term, it's sort of a matter of continuing to make sure that households aren't falling, right? That people are able to stay in their housing. We don't face, a big wave of evictions. And so I think that's where the short term, it's good to look at where some gaps might be that might be preventing people from staying whole, right? I think that's the approach that requires some kind of fine-tooth comb, work. And other kinds of efforts that might facilitate a recovery. The single biggest thing to promote recovery is getting people vaccinated as quickly as possible. But I think that the public health people, they're working on that, right? Long term, though, we can think a little bit about building back better, to use that kind of phrase. What would have been, like the workforce example is an example of where there's been long-term kinds of shortfalls, right, where we just haven't had much of a deep workforce in Alaska. So the opportunity to invest in skills there because of these kinds of programs is a really good one that we should take, and I think that's something that pays off in the long term as well as the short term. There's also, I think probably opportunities to look at, if there is a large federal infrastructure bill, what could be done, what kinds of thinking can go into evaluating some of the needs that Anchorage might have that could be funded through that too. And that may be aside from the funding that we're talking about now, but I think it's an important thing to think about for long term, because if we have the chance to build infrastructure, we should do that in a smart way that does, support a long-term future for us. So I guess, I'm not sure if I'm fully answering the question or not, but I think that's a few things to think about. I think probably Kai is going to cover this pretty well next, but thinking in terms of startups and entrepreneurship and innovation, our productive capacity there, I think, is also something that's really critical.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks so much for your time and for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say thank you too, Nolan. Obviously, with as much comments and questions that this has generated, you can tell that there's a great deal of interest. I think we could probably spend a lot of time on this whole concept of workforce development. And I know even when I was on the Anchorage School Board, that's what we did for kids, was try to figure out how to put them into programs or give them opportunities that would send them on their way in some kind of career field that hopefully would benefit them to the point where they would stay here in Alaska. And, I know we have talked a little bit the last time we met with this body and had a conversation, but kind of our beginning conversations, we talked about how we were kind of behind already in the jobs that we had lost and the inability in a lot of ways to really fill some of these positions that are in demand. And so that speaks to me volumes in terms of what kind of workforce development we need to be focusing on and trying to support. But one of the fallbacks, I guess I would say, in some of this, and this is kind of where my question comes in, is I want to see how we kind of avoid the unintended consequences of some of this. I know there's been some conversation about trying to increase salaries for certain positions that are in demand, and to a certain extent, if we do that, then we create kind of that unintended consequence where now we have left other positions then open. And I'll give you a specific example. When COVID started and the health system was beginning to respond to that, they basically offered a $10 an hour increase for people who were already in the health system, and it could come to Providence and work for Providence. And what it did was it basically emptied out one of our senior centers, who as a nonprofit could not compete with those kinds of hourly wages. And so I'm just kind of thinking, okay, it's almost the same kind of thing, the predicament that we're in right now, trying to get people back to work, where some had a low enough paying wage that they're actually making more money with unemployment and getting rental relief. And I know that's not everybody, but I have had 2 conversations this week with business owners who said they're still having trouble just getting people to come back and work. And I think that's the same thing even with the senior center. Then they just could not find the people then that were willing to work for the wage that they could afford as a nonprofit, and but because people were just getting a better deal elsewhere. So I don't know if you can really answer the question, but do you have any suggestions about how we don't get ourselves into that catch-22 situation where we get people funneled into one area, but then we leave another area lacking with skilled workers? Any thoughts on that? Thanks.
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Kennedy. I think it is a real concern. I think small businesses have one of their major expenses, of course, is paying staff, and so I get a little nervous about the idea of kind of squeezing businesses to get them to pay workers, or to get them to pay more than they already want to, even though, we obviously care a lot about what people are making as their take-home pay. But what I would say, and so I prefer to think about these things in terms of like upgrading the skills of our workforce being a good thing. Does that sometimes create an unintended consequence of making it so that maybe it's harder to hire folks for less skilled positions? Because does it create that issue? And the answer is it very well could. But I would also say that if our big problem in our workforce was that we had too skilled of a workforce, that's a good problem to have, right? Like that generally that generally means that our workers are doing good, productive things, for employers for the most part. It's not a perfect scenario, but it is generally, there are definitely worse problems to have, right? So yeah, I think that's sort of the best answer that I can give at this time. These are the kinds of things where supply and demand do help work things out, though. If workers are scarce and you have to pay them more, then that's just a consequence of how economies go, and it's not necessarily a bad thing always.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you in terms of, yes, it's always better to have a skilled labor force, but again, at the same time, when we already have a limited number of people to do that, I just want to make sure we don't somehow shoot ourselves in the foot, so to speak, and just kind of watch out for how we might be directing funds and what the expectation might be, and whether or not we actually accomplish what we want to accomplish, and that is getting people to work that want to work. And I guess we could have another conversation maybe about enticing more people to come to Alaska. I know that was definitely the way it was in the 70s, early 70s. So maybe we're at that point where we need to figure out how to get people to be part of generating and producing good things in Alaska. So anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thanks. I want to go back to kind of down the line of this conversation about retraining. And, you had mentioned the potential of an infrastructure bill and how maybe we don't want to be focusing on that now because that's a little off, like 6 months. But I want to suggest that maybe now is the time to be looking closely at retraining people to be able to work in labor force, because if and when we do see a substantial infrastructure bill, it's going to be a national bill, and there's going to be a labor crunch across the country. And if we have people who are in a position to be retrained, now is the time to do that. And I think that there are 2 parties in the community in Anchorage who are really capable of doing this. And one is, John, 9-Star, and the other one is Alaska Works Partnership. And I think we should be looking really closely at how we can be preparing a quick turnaround workforce for an infrastructure environment over the next 3 to 5 years, 2 to 5 years that might be bursting on the scene here in just 6 months. It would be awful to have to spend local capital to import workers from outside to complete projects that we need done here. And so I think we would be wise to look very closely at that. Now, a question for you though, back on your topic of kind of potential overlap, is it something that we could ask the Budget Advisory Commission to do, is to sit together soon and start analyzing the categories of funding that are identified in the federal bill, the rescue plan, that are local and that are state and federal, and help us to break down where these categories are in a meaningful way, because it might be helpful to have some assistance in doing that.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, I think we on the Budget Advisory Commission, we always try to be responsive to what the Assembly is asking of us, and so we would, I think we're probably a good group to do that kind of thing. So I'm obviously not the chair right now, but I'll speak with Alyssa Rodriguez, who is our chair, about that, and I think that probably is something that that we would be able to look at. And see what our best, the best way we could assist with that is.
Thank you. It's all hands on deck.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clauda, for being here. You've already provided some really good information. So I've been thinking about this conversation around retraining, and in particular, I'm thinking about someone who is currently unemployed. We present a retraining opportunity, but they're probably still looking for a job. How do you balance the need for retraining, or how do you incentivize retraining with the immediate needs, of someone who is unemployed? Do you have any thoughts about that? Because that's really been weighing on my mind. I could see, if I were in that position looking for retraining, but I can tell you I would keep looking for a job that's going to bring in a paycheck as soon as possible as well. So I'd love to hear any thoughts you have about that.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel. So if I understand correctly, you're asking about if I'm on the market looking for a job, and then I enroll in a training program, that I might leave it early in order to take that job. Do I understand correctly?
Yes.
I believe, and I'm not as familiar with all the tactical specifics on doing these kinds of training programs, but I do believe that that's often something that happens, right? I think that is something that can realistically happen. It does speak a bit to the need to for relatively rapid deployment of trainings. I think there are definitely models, to doing training relatively quickly, right? Not something that necessarily takes a multi-year commitment. The groups that Mr. Constant mentioned, I think, are a good point. There's also UAA has the fast track programs. There are certificates that are in high growth areas that can be completed in like 1 to 3 semesters. Programs like that, I think. And there probably is some attrition rate, I think. It's another situation where it's a relatively, I guess maybe this is only a partial answer, but it's a relatively good problem to have if the economy is so good that people are leaving training programs to go to work. It's not the intentionality of what we're looking for, but it is a good thing if the jobs are so plentiful and available. That said, I'm of the opinion that with the level of job losses that we've seen, in Alaska and in the municipality and nationally, that it's a multi-year recovery, and so people are going to be unemployed. There's going to be an elevated level of unemployment for a while. I think we're probably looking at could be 3 to 5 years even before we get back to 2019 employment levels in Alaska. So plenty of time to complete training.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. Just for the listening audience, Mr. Constant apologized regarding 9-Star because my wife works at that fine organization. So anytime we have funding for them, I have to leave the room. So that's why I apologized, I assume. So this job retraining, let's beat on this a little bit more. To the chair, do we have time issues there?
We have a little bit of time, but we can't
okay.
belabor this too much.
I didn't know if we were past our schedule already. So what would our role be in this training then? We covered a bunch of stuff. Do we fund the increase in capacity of programs that already exist? Do we teach people? I mean, you can get apprenticeships through unions and non-union trades, electrical. My son's in a non-union electrical thing, and he's been an apprentice for years and almost a journeyman. It's worked out great. He's working while he's doing it. And he said there's tons of demand. They just need people to walk in the door and apply. So do we build those things, or do we pay for them while they're training? I mean, what is the mechanism that would be proper for us?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, what I was picturing was, and what has been talked about to a degree, are some training efforts obviously require some level of tuition, right? And so scholarships to provide to help cover the cost of that would certainly be one approach. I could picture there's probably a lot more other ways that it could be supported too. I don't know if they're, things like living stipends along the way, other kinds of capacity building activities that might help some of the organizations delivering the training. There's probably some thinking about all the tools at the disposal of the Muni with regard to these things. But I think that it makes sense to think in terms of paying for scholarships, or partial scholarships for people that might be getting retraining, since there's usually a cost, not everywhere, but often a cost.
Well, thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, very briefly, just in response to Ms. Salato's concerns about people being trained and then finding work or needing work. On-the-job training is an ideal circumstance if we can figure out how to incentivize that, where people get hired and they get paid to be trained. And those opportunities do exist, and so I'm hopeful we can aim some toward that. That will mitigate the problem.
Thanks. All right. Well, thank you so much, Nolan. That was great. A lot of great questions and responses. So really appreciate you spending your time with us. And I'm sure we will have further discussions with you and with the chair of the Budget Advisory Commission as we continue moving forward.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Next, we're going to have Kai Holland come up and speak with us. Looking forward to this. For those who don't remember, we heard from Kai at a work session last year around entrepreneurship and innovation. Welcome.
Great, thanks, and good evening to everyone. Again, Hezekiah Holland, but Kai is what most of you know me by. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and especially the work session we had back in December, and I'm going to largely assume that that's a matter of record and not go into the dive there. What I'd like to do is take just a second, because I know it's also late, and kind of go from 30,000 feet to ground zero just as quickly as I can in just a minute or two. What I want to begin with is to kind of come at this from the perspective that I think we went into the pandemic with the idea that it was a very temporary thing, and that we wanted to kind of patch up, protect, and prop up our people, our community, our companies, without the thought that maybe things had to actually change long term. We've been protecting our old normal and not having, in my opinion, much of a discussion about the new normal, a better recovery that might come out of it. And if somebody had come at you a year ago and said, is your economy working as well as it could, as it should, just before the pandemic, we would have, as you've heard from Nolan, as you heard from Bill Popp last week, as you heard from, I think Mr. Costa, you would have a year ago said, we've got problems with our economy. We're having trouble hiring the people we need to hire. We've got a bunch of dislocations because the oil and gas industry is shrinking at this point. We can't find all the workers that we need. And if somebody had come to you just before the pandemic and said, we've got $156 million for you to think about what is the new normal you might want to invest in, you might have looked at that and said, wow, what an opportunity. Well, from last summer, I came to you with a proposal for about $1.5 million to invest in innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital transformation, because I saw in this pandemic a disruption and an opportunity for us to start thinking differently about the economy that might be created through this disruption, but also how we could help the existing economy and our existing businesses adapt to the changes, to recover faster, recover differently, so that the businesses and our communities, when we were done, were actually more resilient to both the pandemic and future pandemics, but also we began addressing what were underlying challenges. When we talk about this K recovery, it sometimes suggests that there's this bifurcation in who's recovering. Well, what we're really seeing is a problem that was there all along. And I'm going to suggest that we didn't use that $156 million to do much about the underlying structures. We just kind of propped up. Figuratively, we held our breath for a year, hoping that it would be over and we'd go back to normal. And that normal is not here. And at this point, we know that the normal is not even coming back this year. The cruise ships aren't going to be here, and the underlying structural changes are not here. So first off, I think there's a conversation for you to have with this new $100 million to think differently about it than you thought about the last $156 million. To kind of pause in your thinking that this is just to prop up our old economy, to protect what was, and not to think about how it can be used to create what we need and where we could go. I'm basically proposing that you think about putting 5% into this money, into innovation, entrepreneurship, digital transformation. To think about things like the workforce development discussion we just had, to think about innovation and entrepreneurship as it relates to both the current economy and current businesses, but also to think about the new businesses that we might create down the road. And so I want to dive down. I've got 7 specific areas I want to touch into, but the second point that I want to make broadly is that we have generally thought about the entrepreneurship and innovation activities as kind of a separate activity. We have our main industry, and we have government, and we have education. That's the core of our economy that we think of. And we have this entrepreneurship thing kind of going off on the side. It's kind of cute, but isn't important. As a matter of fact, the CARES Act funding basically ignored entrepreneurship. The CARES Act funding, for the most part, provided funding for businesses that already had a long track record that could justify their past spending to be able to get assistance. Well, if you were a young startup, you didn't have that track record to go in and apply for the money. And that has, I think, caused us to think differently when, if you look at the information that CED and Nolan and his group have presented, you might have recalled their study from about a year ago that said 89% of our net job growth in Alaska has come from new businesses that are less than 5 years old. 89%. If you want to think about creating jobs, that's where they come from, is new businesses. And yet we've not put much attention into that. We're creating roughly, over those last 10 years, about 5,000 jobs a year through entrepreneurship and innovation. When we look at the opportunity to transform our economy, it's through that kind of investment that I'd like you to consider making. Now, tonight, on top of this meeting, as I know the chair is aware, Upstart Alpha Accelerator is having its final year-end celebration. I think about 7 companies went through that. I'm probably off by 1. We're also having the UA Business Plan competition tonight. I'm in the middle with a group of 35 students evaluating 76 submissions in the Arctic Innovation Competition this weekend. We've got 13 that applied to the Innovation Summit that's going on in a couple weeks. There's a tremendous amount of activity going on in our community. As I presented in December, I gave you a number of people, and there were some videos and whatnot that we played. There's some remarkable companies being built here, and they're hiring right now. They're trying to find people that they need. The day, to kind of make it complete, was punctuated midday with 2 things. One is one of our companies that started up here about 4 years ago was online today. We were with the investors. They're raising $1 million round for a business based here. It started here, started over in the boardroom, and is now selling product to South America and to Africa, raising $1 million and working towards their A round. Amazing things happening at this point. So, as we kind of dive down now to kind of 1,000 feet, a couple things about how the money has been used. I think one of the changes I hope you'll consider moving ahead with the spending is to recognize that a lot of the money that was used in the first round of CARES Act essentially tasked existing programs and people to manage the applications and the flow of those requests and the administration of it. And we took a bunch of people out of play that could have been used for this innovation and business development work who were asked to process applications for this money. And as you look at the new money going forward, I think there's a question about how do we actually add capacity into our business support rather than use it for administrating the funding that may happen at this point. I'm amazed at what Jasmine is able to create and do with all her time, but you put her to work doing a bunch of administrative work when she's trying to build a startup business right now and trying to get a co-working space going on right now and mentoring new businesses. Folks like her, and there's others at 49th SAF, they need to be busy creating the businesses and supporting the businesses or their own businesses. And I think we need to look at that differently going forward. So let me, I think, jump down to the punchline and then see if there's any questions or discussion. When I came here last summer, I had basically 3 areas of funding I was recommending to you. In the first category was entrepreneurial capacity building and pilot projects. This would be money for entrepreneurs and efforts for them to start new businesses. And the way I want you to also think about this is that we've used the money so far to help existing businesses do what they've always been doing. We didn't provide any money for them to do something new and different. But new and different is what's going to change how we recover from this. So the entrepreneurial capacity building, when I use that word, it's not just entrepreneurship from the standpoint of a startup business from scratch. It's also the thinking that can be used by existing businesses to think from an entrepreneurial mindset and with those tools about what they could be doing differently, about new products, new markets, new ways of doing business. Second area was for digital transformation and capacity building, and we had existing programs we could have turned on and expanded that would have helped businesses implement digital type tools. You had testimony last week, I think, from the hobby store. Trying to remember the gentleman's name, but I don't, who mentioned he didn't have a website. And one of you asked him, well, how are you getting that business? And that discussion went on for a little bit about Facebook and stuff like that. But he was a great example of a business that might have taken advantage if there was the kind of programs to support that digital transformation, but we didn't provide that funding. We gave him funding to keep doing what he's been doing, and he did it well. But we didn't think about how we could actually have changed the nature of our businesses to a new normal. And the third area was the challenge and sprint area of being able to actually engage the community in working on the problems that matter here, like homelessness, food security, about the problems with workforce development. There are existing programs we've had in the past for community sprints and design dashes, startup weekends. We have the tools to implement if we choose to use them. The piece I want to mention before finishing up that also came up today is that in the midst of all this great work we're doing, you may have seen GCI is going to outsource 180 jobs to the Philippines. Because we're sitting here trying to figure out what to do with our local economy, and at that very moment that we're implementing an upskilling program for 49th SAF with the generator program, We've got another local company that can't find workers simply for a call center job. I mean, these are sophisticated, complicated jobs, but they're not rocket science. You don't need an engineering degree. They can't fill the jobs. And now we're going to have an additional group of people that will need to be helped in finding new jobs as that moves out. So it's a confusing day for me, seeing all these opportunities and yet seeing the difficulty. You know, the questions came up a moment ago about workforce development. A key foundation here is to keep in mind that every spring we're graduating thousands of kids from high school and college, but we're not investing at all in their career education. We've taken away all the career counselors from high school that could have helped them figure out what jobs are available, what jobs do we need. Got the same thing going on with the university students. There's a talented group of students coming through right now. I've got 2 classes, and they're really impressing me. But they're not hooked up with what's going on. They don't know where those jobs are, and we've got to fix that. So 7 recommendations for you, and I'll be done here. Number 1, we need to invest in some policy and data. You've heard this from Bill Popp, you heard it from Nolan, you heard it from also Mr. Costa. We don't know what's going on. Where are these people that are out of work? Why are they out of work? Will they be able to stop and do some training? Or are they not going to be able to do the training because they need to find a job? We have to have the data. We need to know what's happening. We need to be able to tie that with policy decisions and also understand the broader federal programs that are coming on and how they'll come together. Second is we need capacity building. We have a bunch of great programs, but they're all fragmented. We've got Launch Alaska and Health Tie, Alaska Ocean Cluster, the CED programs. We've got to get them aligned, and we need to get them connected to our local ecosystem challenges. Third, we need to work on talent. We need to work on the entrepreneurial skill building and the support for that talent to be able to engage in the challenges that our community has. Fourth, we need to work on opportunity. The very best way to deal with the challenges that you were just talking about in terms of the mismatch between training and jobs is to actually create the jobs that you need, that match the people that you have. That gets into challenges and other opportunities that create alignment with that, and be able to focus in on food security, energy transitions, and climate change, and housing, and so on. Fifth, place. We need the place to bring people together to do this work. We need both the virtual place, the platforms, but also the physical place. We used to have the boardroom just down in 5th and F, where kind of was the front door, the stoop where everyone came. And they're now down on Railroad, but it's not quite what it was before. Jasmine, I know, has a lead on a potential public space, but we need to be able to have the space. We're still doing bake sales to try and do these entrepreneurial events, and we're having to beg and borrow for space to do it because we can't find any. So we need place, virtual and physical. Sixth is we need the support programs in there, the Upstart Alpha program, the Alaska Manufacturing Extension programs. There's a lot of capacity. There's capability there. We need to invest in their capacity to be able to support the businesses, both the existing ones and the startups. And then finally, we need the funding to be able to provide the grants. Part of the money I've got outlined in these different areas, and the grants is part of that. Part of it, though, is also understanding the other funding opportunities that are out there. The federal programs, we had a good meeting with Chris Schutte and John Bittner a couple days ago to recognize that there's more money coming in federally that will impact our community than we're actually talking about right now with this current funding. We've got to get our hands around it, and that's going to take some time and effort to understand the funding, and in particular the new SSBCI funds that may allow us to extend the 49th SAF capability for providing funds and more money to the startups. So I'll kind of pause there. There's a lot going on. I wish I had something more concrete. I've got these 7 areas written down. I emailed it to you just a little bit earlier. I've got some copies here if anybody wants it. But be happy to take questions. I also know it's late in the evening, so I appreciate the time to be able to share a little bit with you tonight.
Great, thank you. I was actually going to ask that you email that to us, but I just saw that you did. We're going to start with Ms. Zolotel.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. So I appreciate that your last comment was nothing concrete, because that's what I'm struggling with. I don't have a concrete idea of exactly what you're suggesting we fund, particularly what investments we can make that in current and existing programs, because one of the things about getting this money, if we want to get any portion of this money that you've identified, about $5 million, out quickly, is to leverage existing programs. And I'm trying to, I'm looking, as you were speaking, at, we have a COVID-19 response framework that we've developed, kind of some guiding principles that this body has agreed to. And I'm trying to figure out, particularly around alignment, so leveraging other opportunities to address resource gaps, and then the equity piece. Where does this proposal fall within those two? Particularly, how does what you've talked about address or promote equity?
Okay, so through the chair, first off, the document that hopefully you've got in your email is relatively specific. What I've brought you today is $2.3 million proposal with a specific suggestion on 5 FTE positions and specific programming different areas. The programming funding is proposed to go through existing organizations that have the capability but need the capacity to do this work. So in each of those areas, I can tell you exactly which organization could do it if they had the investment to be able to do it. But they're all in place here. In terms of the equity issue, I don't think I have a full answer, but what I'll observe is one of the projects I'm doing right now with the 49th SAF is we are specifically looking right now at the municipality of Anchorage's purchasing and procurement policies, and specifically looking at data right now about how that money is being spent and to what degree BIPOC and small businesses are having access to that money, with a specific focus on trying to understand two things. One is, how can we increase the opportunity for small businesses and entrepreneurs to get access to the spending being done by the city? And the second is the question of, are disadvantaged and minority businesses getting access to that spend? One of the things that I appreciate about entrepreneurship and innovation is that it is one of the leveling fields in the world of business, because it is open to anybody to come into these programs. And when you work through a startup weekend or a design dash, what you'll find is that you bring in folks from all socio and ethnic backgrounds. And I think it's one of the more powerful ways of actually putting in place the tools to provide people access to opportunity than they would have otherwise. So there are specifics in the plan. I'd be happy to go into details if you'd like. I think there are equity discussions going on right now, and I think innovation entrepreneurship is the path to equality.
Can I ask two follow-ups? And I'll just wrap them into one. So I appreciate your identification of access to opportunities within the municipality to become providers of services or contractors. I guess the flip question to that is, how do we ensure particularly businesses that would qualify as DBEs or disadvantaged business enterprises get access to capital? And then I guess I found your proposal, thank you. I hadn't run across it yet. I would love to get more information on what kind of, or if you could build in here outreach strategies so that we can ensure that equity is embedded in this work, because I don't get this. I know like Set Up Shop does a really great job of reaching into communities where there are a lot of, it results in a lot of disadvantaged business enterprises. So I'd just like to see that piece in here, because I think it's so important, and I know access to capital is a big issue for a lot of entrepreneurs, particularly in the BIPOC community. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So through the chair, real simply, I kept just down to one page to try and keep it simple, but that's a key reason why you see 49th SAF identified in this financing and incentives section at the very bottom of the page, because the work that is going on there now, particularly with Aaron Baca, is specifically targeting BIPOC-related funding opportunities and bringing that attention to it. And she's the one sponsoring this project to actually look at what's going on in the community to try and create more awareness and more access to that money. And that's why I think going after the SSBCI money that's being made available and tying it in 49th SAF is the right way to go, because it basically hardwires in the answer to your question about who's looking at it, will they have the ability to promote it, and do they have the structures in place to ensure that that's how the money is used. And I think that's the right place to go and the right group to support.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks, Kai. You, of course, have a lot of really good ideas here and thoughts, and I appreciate that. Typical of your stuff. I guess it's part of the challenge, and I haven't read your detail thing, but I figure I'm pretty average, and I have lots of business ideas, and almost all of them are really lame and don't go very far.
Yeah, I got.
And once in a while it turns out, and I made some money.
Yeah.
But so when we can give money to existing businesses that would have proven themselves, and I do believe a lot of that money was used very innovatively to really transform their businesses, maybe just in terms of COVID, but even the long run, serving outside, that's worked out really well. We'll continue that. Some have revamped their cleaning and organization on their staffing that will continue on. But when you go with entrepreneurs, that means super risky. And it's like most of those ideas aren't going to go anywhere. Some will. And it's like, and so that's kind of the tension there. You got a kind of a sure thing, which is, like you say, status quo, which wasn't so hot when the pandemic started. We had a lot of problems. So, and I appreciate that viewpoint, but that's kind of the challenge here. Sure thing, we know they need help right now, or total roll of the dice with the hope for the future. And so anyway, that's kind of what I'm grappling with, but not that it's a bad idea, but I think some of your concrete ideas, I haven't looked at those, and that'll be real valuable. So anyway, I appreciate it.
So through the chair, what I would invite you to consider here is going back to two thoughts. One is what I'm proposing is not moving away from supporting existing businesses. I'm basically saying 95% still goes right down the middle of the road the way you're thinking. I'm just saying 5%. 5% would be such a radical change. I mean, from my standpoint, I feel like I'm not asking for nearly enough, but I know I'm asking for the world, because I literally, we're doing bake sales and we're begging and borrowing. I just spent the last 4 months trying to find $3,000 to run an entrepreneurship program that'll assist entrepreneurial artists and creatives in that. Can't find the money. There's none for this sort of thing. But more particularly, I want to offer 2 quick points. One is, you're right, there was a lot of innovation, but it wasn't done on purpose by design with the programs. It was out of desperation these businesses tried to figure out an answer, and we did nothing to support their effort. There was nobody that put on a program that said, how do you think innovative and creatively to solve problems? What are best practices being used around the country? How do we leverage what's going on to do something better? We gave the businesses money, and the folks that could tried to figure out what to do, but they were left on their own. There was not a purposeful, strategic approach to supporting them in that work. But the final point I want to mention is, I don't think entrepreneurship needs to be looked at as a roll of the dice. Let's go back to the numbers. 89% of net job creation in the last 10 years has come from businesses that are less than 5 years old. There's no roll of the dice in 89%. That's a good bet.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So Kai, you mentioned a program that I was going to ask you about, and you mentioned it right at the very end there, the SSBCI, the State Small Business Credit, what's the I stand for again? Initiative, maybe?
You're testing me, I don't remember.
So my understanding is that that Alaska could receive as much as $100 million from this fund, because that's the minimum that states can get. And I'm curious about what exactly that can be spent on and who can spend it. Now, my understanding is that the 49th State Angel Fund can't get it because it has to go through a state entity. And I'm worried the state's going to have to set up some kind of duplicative entity when the 49th state could do it, but they apparently are prevented from doing so by the state. Tell me if I'm wrong about any of that. Tell me what we can do about SSBCI. And if it is $100 million, is that a better source for what you're talking about than this other money which we could use on, rental assistance, for example?
Yeah, so through the chair, a couple things going on there. One is we don't know the answer to that fundamental question of the state versus the local one. Keep in mind that 49th SAF wasn't the intended target for that original money that they got either. The state basically, this is back in 2013 or 2012, basically kind of messed up and didn't make the application in time to get the money. And there was a frantic last-minute call that was made to this city's CFO saying, can you put in an application, otherwise Alaska's going to lose it. So we kind of accidentally stumbled into this structure that we see right now. But at any rate, right now I know Aaron and the folks are trying to figure out an answer to that question and whether or not the state would be willing to step up to it. The SSBCI federal money is designed to leverage private equity. And so that money is not going to do anything to support the stuff we're talking about here today. The money that goes into that set of programs is money that can be paired up with other private equity that wants to invest to essentially extend the buying power, if you will, of that money. So for example, I'm a fund manager of the Alaska Accelerator Fund, and we were able to raise, about 1.5, not quite that, $1.3 million of private equity from local community folks. And then we matched that with 49th SAF money to get a $2.3 million fund. So you have to already have investable deals and willing private investors to come together. That will be the money that what comes out of these programs to build new entrepreneurial entities will eventually become investable and be able to get. But that's not the money that starts out the process of building these businesses. The one exception to that may be a little confusing, I suppose, is 49th SAF has gotten some money back from some of their original investments. And that new money that is coming back into 49th SAF doesn't have that private match restriction. But the primary money will have that match.
Can I ask a follow-up to that, Mr. Chair? So this $100 million, if that's what it ends up being, so you're saying that it would go into a fund like 49th State SAF, 49th SAF, but maybe not that fund. And we can put the money in the account before we know what those matching private funds are, or do you have to have the matching private funds to even get the funding from the federal government?
If it's run like the last one, which they're saying it would be, okay, you have to be able to get those funding commitments made, and then you can draw down on the funds once you have.
But the funds can go to Alaska and sort of sit in an account first before we find that, or we have to go out and find $100 million, because $100 million of private capital is pretty hard to find in Alaska.
$1 million is hard to find, yes, sir.
So there's potentially $100 million of federal funds you're saying that we might not be able to access because we just don't have time to find the matching.
Well, there's two parts to this look at. Yes, it will be difficult. The other part, though, that we learned, and if you followed the 49th SAF along really carefully, you realize they had a really hard time of finding $13 million worth of match.
Yeah.
And the last time I checked, they still didn't even have it all matched yet. They were still trying to, make it work. Because the difficulty, and as a fund manager in that program, I know this really well, Alaska doesn't have a problem with private equity wealth. We've got, last time I saw a number from AADC at one of their earlier meetings, we've got like $19 billion of private equity sitting around here between you and I with our 401ks and Alaska-based businesses and the Alaska Native corporations. $19 billion. That's not even touching the public money that's in like the permanent fund and other sources like that. And so what we found is that for the most part, if there's a good investable deal, you don't need to bring in the federal government to match the private money to do it. So some of the funds, like the Anchorage Equity Partners Fund, which is one of the four 49th SAF funds, really struggled the whole time because any deal that was good enough for them to want to do, they didn't need to bring in the extra work and complexity of a federal-based partner through the 49th SAF. So it is difficult to find the money, A. B, even if you have an attractive deal, you may find that the money just wants to go straight into the deal and not dilute itself with that SAF money. But at any rate, it'll be good money. I don't think Alaska has the capacity to do that. You look at PT Capital, for example, that raised $200 or $300 million. They couldn't find anything to do with it in Alaska, so it's all over in Iceland right now, buying hotels and programs out there. We could, though, put $5-10 million to work, but even right now, Permanent Fund put $100 million through McKinley Capital, in that Alaska program they did last year. All that money has gone out of state. It's being run by a person who has kind of an Alaska lineage, but it's all invested out of state at this point. We've got to kind of prime the pump to create investable opportunities to be able to have the opportunity down the road to draw down that money to use it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. So I've had a chance to read through some of these while you were speaking. So can you give me just the short summary of what deliverables this $5 million, if it were invested, would produce for Anchorage and the municipality?
Yeah. So through the chair, and I've been told sometimes I only talk in paragraphs, so I'm trying to dial it back at this late hour. The proposal I've given you today, actually, it totals up to about 2.3 or 2.4 million. And I know that right now you're looking at only a part of the total money. So this is kind of half of that. It's not the full 5 million here. But what I've got here is something hopefully would go into a second year and might be adding up to that 5 million there. So that's where the math is. In terms of deliverables here, what I've specifically outlined here in the policy and data area is work to do the analysis like CED has already been doing successfully on the emerging sectors reports, the military report that they did, and I'm saying basically put one person onto doing some more of the reporting on the dislocations and the opportunities and the impact of innovation and entrepreneurship that's going on in there. The capacity area, that's got a series of activities that Launch Alaska has proposed, and also Health Tie has been looking to do some innovation events that would try and bring more people into challenges and opportunities that they have. Basically, we'd be creating new startup businesses as a result of that. Talent would be just delivering training programs. We've done that for a while. The opportunity area deals with the community sprints that we've been doing, and so I would see here that this would be probably on the order of the next year, 6 or 8 innovation sprints and the support there. And then part of what this money is for is to provide grants to the groups that come up with some of the winning proposals within those sprints to be able to run pilot projects around those solutions. The place one is to actually go out and rent, buy, lease, whatever, some space at this point. And be able to provide the staffing for the space so that we have places to do these events. The support programming is expanding the Alaska MEP's digital transformation program, basically being able to pay for people to be able to participate in the digital tools that they have. And it's also providing money that we don't have right now to expand the Students to Startups program that places students in startups and essentially gets some jobs doing that, as well as running another cohort of the Upstart Alpha, which generally produces about 10 new startups out of that program. And the funding and incentives are part of this. This is basically a strategy planning position to try and navigate all these different funds and how to take advantage of both the funds we have in Alaska that can be linked and leveraged, as well as understanding this new SSBCI and all the new federal programs in there.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much.
You bet. Thank you all.
Yeah. All right. So before I move on to the next section of our agenda, next, on April 9th, which is our next meeting, we're going to be hearing from Bruce with the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce. I know there were a lot of members who were really interested in hearing about the RVSA report. The RVSA is actually finalizing that report next week, so they'll be ready to present that on April 9th, so look forward to that then. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on now to our next section. So we basically have now until 8 o'clock to do two things: talk about any information or needs that folks might have to help make decisions of allocating some of the dollars that we have coming towards us, coming our way from the COVID-19 relief bill. And then second, start an open discussion on items that folks think should be included. And I know some members have some proposals ready. Other members may not have fully fleshed out proposals, but if you have ideas that you want to share, then that would be a great opportunity to do so. So first, we're going to start with that first piece, which is information or needs to help make decisions. And this is particularly important for me to help plan for April 9th. If there are things that we need to cover at that meeting to assist us. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. One of my informational requests is that we learn what additional programs, in particular, I'm thinking about the CARES Act, ESG, and CDBG funds, and who those grantees might be if they've been identified, or what programs will be funded, because I think there may be some overlap in the types of programs we may be thinking about. And then if there are any other residual CARES Act funds that are set to go out or are still going out in terms of particular programmatic things. I believe like People Mover received some CARES Act, just so we're aware of what those are so we're not duplicating efforts. Thank you.
Got it. Yeah, we can do that. Any other informational requests or needs in advance of April 9th? Mr. Weddleton?
Following, I guess, largely what we've done, and my think, is that we're filling gaps that are created by the big programs. So, of course, we really need to know what the federal and state plans are, and we won't know those very soon. I think Community Councils yesterday, Natasha von Imhoff said it'd be May or so before they would have. So, obviously, that's a huge unknown. And then, of course, the dollar amount we need to, complete the wait list that we have now. And we've, got one little piece of it, but I'd like to know the rest of them. Those are some of the big ones, I think. I guess, what, something, I think that outreach, though, is a big deal, too. I mean, clearly we're missing some groups of people, that there are landlords out there that aren't telling their tenants, hey, you can get free rent. It's mind-boggling. So things like that, I don't know that we've gotten word out. And actually, I'll give you an example that's pretty stunning, is we had done that program that would give $5,000 grants to some businesses that had to be closed, and we got 6 applicants. And, there's probably thousands who could have applied. So word didn't get out. So it's, we definitely have to work on that somehow. Thanks.
Thanks. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of things. I was wondering about the Chamber of Commerce's. They haven't had the ability, in discussing with some of the members today, to continue to fundraise. And it's concerning because we only have, like in Eagle River, for example, I can't speak for the Anchorage Chamber of Commerce. We have 2 full-time employees, and the inability to do our normal fundraising, whether we have meetings at the coffee shops, whether we have bingo or dinners or lunches to raise funds, they're lacking. So I wanted to bring that back up, and maybe we could revisit that. One of the things that Mr. Weddleton just hit on was in regards to rent. And a couple of my concerns, and I do agree also with the outreach program, I think that's vital. With the rent, I have been given quite a bit of feedback, and there are people who are requesting rent, but they can afford it. They're working, and they've gone to their landlords and say, hey, look, you know what? Just fill this form out. You'll still get your rent, but I'll be able to pocket the money, even though they're working full-time, and it hasn't necessarily affected them. I don't know how we can stop it. I don't know how to work it. It's concerning, but I don't know. I don't know if there's any way to monitor that or not. You're really running on people's integrity and honesty. But the Chamber of Commerce and the outreach are two big things that I would like, and I'm sure we're going to hit on small businesses too. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Mr. Whittleton?
Just to, I guess back and forth on that, I think your point on the rent is very important, but the Chamber of Commerce thing, we had trouble, I would say the administration, but broadly us, city, finding the people who had capacity to get these funds out. It's like Jasmine took over doing those vouchers, and I think Kai made a good point. No, she's too valuable. She should be doing other things. But it seems like a natural Chamber of Commerce should. They had 2 employees there, their office space and so on, and they would make money in the course of doing that. Did they try to take part and kind of pitch in and help on some of that? And not to blame them, I'm just curious if they didn't, why not? Or is that something as we go forward that they'd be interested in? That might be something you could bring up with them.
Chair, can I respond? I think the Chamber of Commerce in Eagle River, we were like rock bottom. I mean, we were literally 30 days out for not being able to pay the employees. The money that we received barely covers their income. But because we aren't doing the fundraising and the things that they normally do, I think that there is potential there. I think we need to look into that. If you allow me the time to talk to those 2 employees, maybe there's something we can do to have them participate in some way. That's a really brilliant idea. Thank you.
Don't thank me. That's what Chris Schutte does.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on then. If members have other informational needs that they think of for April 9th, please just email me or call me, and we can get those figured out and sorted and ready for the 9th. Okay, so next is open discussion on any proposals that folks have. And just as a reminder, this was emailed out to everyone, but just like we did last go around with proposals, if folks can describe the proposal, where you think it fits in the framework and priorities. Is it a short or long-term funded need or both? The potential cost of the proposal, the guiding principles in the proposal as it relates again to the framework and priorities document, and then who are the collaborators in the proposal. So with that, is there anyone ready to begin talking about proposals? Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did my homework. I have them all written out and ready to go. So the first proposal I have is to aid the Midtown Community Council in its exploration and organization around the formation of a Midtown Improvement District to promote security, safety, and economic stimulus in Midtown. The potential cost of the proposal is $100,000. The Community Council has explored the idea with Midtown property owners, but is at the point where outside expertise on the size of the district, necessary steps to create a tax improvement district, and the scope of the district, the work the district may wish to fund is needed. It's short-term in that immediate implementation with long-term impacts. The guiding principles are need, feasibility, and alignment, and it fits in the framework and priorities as to public health and safety and economic stimulus, and the collaborators in the proposal are the Midtown Community Council, the ERTF, and the RSVA. And I will send all of these to Jennifer when we're done, and she can just email them out. Similarly, I have another proposal, $150,000 to 9-Star. This leverages a recommended HUD action plan funding of $150,000 to the Anchorage Health Department. It would continue the net to ladder program at the current total funding amount of $300,000, which is what we provided under the CARES Act. It's an immediate implementation. Guiding principles are need, equity, feasibility, and alignment. It covers public health and safety, economic stimulus, housing and homelessness, and the collaborators are AHD, the Coalition, and 9-Star. I will also send these out in Word if you all would like to use my form I made. So the next one I have is This one's a little bit more in-depth, but it's a shelter stabilization and coordinated inflow-outflow with Mr. Constant. Shelter stabilization is the reimagining of congregate shelters where there's coordinated shelter intake. And so what we do is we coordinate intake and outflow together, all on a consistent data set. So we build good data so that we know who's coming in, who's going out. When clients leave the shelter in the morning, they check out, they confirm if they're coming back at night, extending a reservation. The idea is to have a real-time idea, an open bed pool, so we really know utilization rates. And I think this is going to be critical as we move through our outflow and demobilization of the Sullivan and other FEMA-supported shelters. The potential cost of the proposal is $250,877. It's both long-term and short-term. There could be a possible need for a second year. The guiding principles are need, equity, feasibility, and alignment, and it fits into the framework and priorities through housing and homelessness, public health and safety, and direct municipal response. The collaborators are UAA, the EOC, and the Coalition to End Homelessness. And I have one more, and then I am done for this evening. I have a fairly lengthy description for this proposal from Alaska Legal Services, and this is with myself and Mr. Rivera. They see the need coming for 2 full-time staff attorneys to deal with issues impacting workers, so employment issues, and those facing housing issues, either via eviction or foreclosure. $200,000 would support the 2 full-time staff employees. And then it's both long-term and short-term because there could be a possible need for a second year. And it's need, equity, feasibility, and alignment are the guiding principles, and it fits in housing and homelessness, public health and safety, and economic stimulus. And then ALSC has done a really great job mentioning all of their collaborators, but as you can imagine, it's a deep bench. They work with the court system, the Coalition to Homelessness, United Way, 211, the hospitality retailers, Unite Here, Local 878, 9 Star, among others. So, and thanks to ALSC Director Nicole Nelson for getting us a lot of background on that one. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, and I really appreciate all of those very specific programs that Ms. Zolotel described, and they all sound very worthy, and I think I'd be likely to support them. But my approach to this question is kind of the opposite of what she took, which was, first of all, she did the assignment, which she's a better student than I am. But she thought about specific targeted grants to entities or organizations that hadn't received funds previously, or like 9 Star they had, but could use a little more. In my case, my sort of guiding principle with this first half of the first tranche of the money, and I said this last meeting, but I want to reiterate every time I get a chance, is to use existing structures and applications to quickly get as much money as possible out onto the street. And so my first priority is to clear the small business backlog, which I believe is about $10 million, and we've all heard that before. And that's a sizable chunk of the money, but and we'll have to go through there and do some cleaning up because some of those businesses don't exist anymore. Some of them, have their finances have changed. Some of them might not qualify for this new round of money, but I think a majority of them will, because they applied just a few months ago. And so that would be my top priority, is clearing that backlog. Similarly, I think we should clear the nonprofit grant program's backlog, which I believe was $2 million. Someone could correct me, but that was the number we received at the last presentation. And they've done a lot of really worthy work there. And of course, the nonprofit community, they're a major source of jobs in this city as well. Third, and again, this is reiterating, but the backlog of the voucher program, the cash card program, which I thought was about 2 million, but I believe that tonight we heard it was about 2.5 million. And I apologize, I wasn't here for that discussion, but I think that's another worthy and quick way to get this money into people's hands. And my last priority is cultural pillars. And I don't have a set number yet developed. I think that their request is going to be significantly larger than I think we are comfortable providing at this time, all 5 of them combined. And so I would sort of start at a baseline of $1 million split between the 5 entities. But I'm sure other people have better thoughts about how to specifically fund it. But to me, those are the 4. I had mortgage, the last time we spoke, I had the mortgage relief program on there, and I'm still open to that. But it seems like there is this very large federal program out there that is going to handle that. And so I think, like Ms. Zolotel said, we still don't have a good sense of where the other funding is and where those gaps are. And so perhaps we should hold off on that for a little while, knowing that we have until, I believe, September when the eviction moratorium ends. Is it not September anymore?
March 31st of this month.
I thought they had extended it. Did they get rid of the extension? Okay. Well, then perhaps that militates towards quickly spending some of this money, even if we think that the mortgage, the mortgage system is going to come down from the feds later. We might want to do a quick stopgap. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thanks, Mr. Dunbar. So I just want to sort of clarify a little bit. So I think there are sort of 2 different discussions that are going on right now. There are things to include in the initial allocation, and then there are, the way that at least I have been talking about it, things to include in the initial allocation, which part of that discussion we had before you arrived, Mr. Dunbar, and then things to include in the final allocation. So when folks share, feel free to share on both if you would like, but I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Alato, but I think some of the things that you were proposing weren't necessarily initial allocation kind of stuff, but proposals that you wanted to see sort of eventually funded.
No, all of them except for one were immediate. They just had potential for either needing a second year or in the second tranche of the first round of money. So it's the 4th one. So they were all short term, and they do identify that in the written document.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I too have a small array of proposals, and I have the homework 95% done. I did not bring it because the form's not quite filled out, but I have backup for all of these. And I will say again at the top that I don't know that I support an arbitrary line like 25 million out of the first half of the funding. I don't know. We'll see. That's a conversation we definitely need to have. And I do support continuing funding of the cultural pillars, but that's outside of what I'm putting forward right now. And I would add, again, just to reiterate, Mr. Dunbar gave a nice list of the deferred funding to the grants for small business and nonprofits and the gift card program. And I'm going to assert, please consider the artists as well, because they were the smallest pool of funded individuals out of all of those programs, and there are plenty of people, they're working people, and they're continuing to be out of work at this time because the places where they make their art and do their work is shut down still, but they're not awarded generally business grants. And so I'm going to be harping a little bit on that in hopes that we inspire people to support that program. But now to the slate that I have established and with backup. The first priority I have is to support the Anchorage Downtown Partnership's mission to revitalize the downtown. And this comes in 2 flavors. One is in a capital improvement program for their operation to ensure that they can keep maintaining the streets in a clean, safe, and vital manner. The second part of that is activation money that would go toward the possibility of creating a new downtown marketplace that would likely happen on an evening when we close down a street in the downtown, but it would begin bringing vibrancy back into the downtown. They're the only organization that I can point to in the whole core that worked over the whole shutdown to spark transformation, and I want to make sure that we help them to do that work. The second falls into the category of technical assistance, and there are 2 organizations that fall into this category that I am looking at. And that technical assistance piece is to help businesses, nonprofits, and others to be able to access the federal funding that is coming available in substantial amounts, where a lot of these businesses, because of their scale and size, their inexperience, won't be able to make applications successfully to federal programs, no matter how streamlined they are. This would be hiring staff to actually assist small businesses and nonprofits in securing federal funding, to bring down all of that amazing money that's in the American Rescue Plan as much as we can bring. And the 2 entities that I see to do that work, and I have proposals from, include the Anchorage Community Land Trust, who would focus on small business efforts, and that would be an equity lens, of course, which would target small businesses in neighborhoods that have struggled, but they would also put forth staffing to support businesses generally. The second is 4Acre Group, and they submitted to us a proposal based on the same principle, that they are the natural entity to help Alaska and Anchorage's nonprofits in particular to successfully secure federal funding and bring it down. And the final piece, this is a partner piece to the proposal that Ms. Zalatel proposed with 9-Star, and that's to begin the work of increasing funding to the Alaska Works Partnership, which would begin training people for what I believe is going to be the biggest capital investment in probably the history of the country, which is the federal infrastructure bill that's starting to move. It's purported to be, its starting point is $3 trillion, and if we're not positioned to actually implement and employ Alaskans, then we're going to lose just by not having the assets in place. And so that is my slate. I will have the details, including how they fit within the context of the framework. Oh, excuse me, one last one. There is a group that I've been working with for a long time that provides technical support to musicians, and they have a proposal that they have worked out that would help to spark the music economy in our community. And that would go a long ways towards helping the people who are in that line of business to be more successful. And that's a small ask, but I will have that in writing for everybody soon.
Great, thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. So I guess sort of a wish list. So I've kind of gone through mine as well, and one of them is for Team Alaska. They weren't able to get anything from the last dole-out of last year, and there's approximately $275,000 that can get them out of the hole. What it was there was over 200 athletes that were supposed to go to the Arctic Winter Games and other events, and they were unable to do it. Their money was not reimbursed to them. Canada did not release those funds. They did get a portion, I think it was just below 50%, and this could help those 200 families get those funds back. And some of those families had 2 or even 3 athletes attending the Winter Games in Canada. The other one on my wish list would be, I think when you're saying divide it up, the one I just spoke to would not necessarily be out of the first tranche of funds. We've waited long, so this would be okay to go for the second, as long as they can get reimbursed. As far as the Chamber of Commerce, we just went over it for Eagle River Chugiak. This would be more of an immediate and would be in the first amount of the funds, which would be for $150,000. They're running very low, and they have, I've just looked at the budget plan, it looks like they have about 60 days left, if I'm not mistaken. This would also help with our Bear Paw, which across the state is a phenomenal event. I'm sure we can get creative living with COVID on how we can make this happen for our community. So that would be the $150,000. I'm also looking at, and I know you guys all got the email in regards to Little Bear Daycare Center, which is in Girdwood. John, I've been going back and forth with them, talking to them, and I know that they're looking at reconstruction or construction work and expanding their building, but looking at what were presented tonight, I don't believe that construction work would fall under the guidelines, but I do know that they do need assistance, and if any way we could help them, I would like to dole out at least $100,000 to the Little Bear daycare. And then I have 2 more, which I would be looking at doing them $1 million towards the community summer camps. I'll get all the information on there for our kids. The children in the municipality, even if we can do a little bit more, the children in the municipality have had a rough go. And I think summer camps could really benefit our children, and this could expand with education. It can help with bringing teenagers. It can help with employment. There's a lot of avenues we can go with the summer camps, and this is something that our community really needs. The last one on my wish list, I hope it gets approved, is commercial property tax relief. And I'm looking at $5 million, even more. I'm low at $5 million, but I wouldn't mind compromising. So those are my things on my wish list, Chair, and I'd like support from anybody I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have, I guess, a couple things to reiterate just from our last conversation, and that is, I think most of us, or if not all of us, are agreed to try to finish off the business grant wait list to continue with the vouchers as the need is specified, and then to make sure that we're still checking in on our nonprofits and the tourism and hospitality industry to see what their needs are. And granted, we know that there could be some overlap of funding in that realm, but those were kind of the things that I was talking about last time. I think the outreach component that was mentioned to us is really important, particularly amongst the elderly population, and I've experienced that with my elderly in-laws recently, and so anything we can do to try to promote better communication and access for them for receiving some of these funds, and just in general getting more information, I think would be important. So so that's kind of on my list of the immediate needs. I'm very interested in seeing if we can kind of revitalize or resurrect, if you will, our personal property tax reimbursement ordinance that was passed a couple months ago. I recognize that we had a deadline of March the 1st for that, but I'm wondering if the administration would comment on the potential for expanding that or somehow extending that deadline, because that's an ordinance that we basically have in place that it seems to me we ought to be able to take advantage of pretty quickly. So if the administration would take a minute, maybe not right now, but at least answer that question about whether or not we can actually use that ordinance to get those funds out, that would be great. Long-term or maybe bigger projects, I realize that we need a little more detail about how some of these funds will come to us either through the feds or from the state. But I do have my wish list here too. First one being Starner Bridge in Chugiak. It is a very old and very small bridge that connects two portions of a community in Chugiak. It's a life safety issue because the bridge does not support heavy emergency response equipment. I believe the ticket price on that is about $1 million. I could be wrong, but if I remember correctly, this is about $1 million project. So I would put that one on my list. The other one is the upgrades to or remodeling to fire station. I believe it's number 31 in Peters Creek. That's a public safety issue. The price on that one is about $2 million. That is the primary 24-hour completely staffed fire station that could use some upgrades and for basically not only for the firefighters who are there on a regular basis, but for equipment that's held there as well. Third thing then on my kind of long-term list, I guess, would be senior housing. The Chugiak Eagle River Senior Center has property to build additional senior housing. There is a high demand for independent senior housing, and just in that effort to make sure that we continue to provide that kind of a resource for our seniors, I believe would be a good idea. And even though I don't have a complete number on that yet, I've heard $4 million, so I will just throw that number out there and just mention that that would probably really need to be better fleshed out. The other thing I was hoping is that we really would have a great conversation about real workforce development. I know Mr. Constant suggested a couple of partners in that, and I would think that the Anchorage School District would be also a good partner there too, just as we have young adults entering the workforce. The Anchorage School District is well poised to be able to help provide some of that training. So if we could help support them in that venture, I think that would be a wise use of funds. And I think otherwise, I think as we start having this conversation, we're definitely going to have more people come up with ideas. So I just hope that the public understands that we're still open to a lot of potential other uses of this funding. And of course, all of it hinges on getting those better identifying characteristics and criteria from the feds and the Treasury about how we can use this money. So I'm just keeping my ear to the ground on how we begin to put our list together, our whole list. So sounds like there's no shortage of ideas. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had two questions. First, I want to say what Ms. Allard brought up about the money for the summer camps. I think that's a great idea. I think that's something that, we funded some things that were student mental health related from the last round of CARES Act, and I think going into the summer season, that's a good use of it. I have two questions for Mr. Constant, actually, based on his proposals. So. You mentioned the artists. Am I mistaken? Were they not included in the $2 million nonprofit grant, or is that a separate source of money?
So they peeled off a small amount of money from one of the pools, and they made available $500,000 that funded 100 artists, and there were about 300 artists that applied, or 350. And so no, they don't count in the classification of a small business in the same way, although to qualify you had to have a W-2 that showed earned income from your art, so it wasn't just money that goes to someone that says they make art, it goes to people who have an income based on art. And so yes, it's a separate category the way that we funded it the first time.
That $2 million number the administration gave us for the nonprofit grant backlog did not include artists. No. So it's a separate, okay. Yeah. So yeah, I would support clearing that separate backlog too. I thought it was part of the $2 million, so thank you for correcting me on that. And then to both Ms. Kennedy's point about the school district, and then also yours about the using ACLT or 4-acre to do this kind of assistance for small business and nonprofits to apply for grants and to do this kind of training. I thought the administration had proposed that as well. Is this separate from that, or is this part of, you think, that same sort of proposal that they had made to do something very similar?
So response to that would be, I haven't seen what they are proposing, and I don't want to miss the opportunity to get this on the table. And if it's in both houses, more power to us all, and if it's not, then I want to make sure it gets there. But I would suggest that I do believe it's in their house, but I don't know that they were thinking to use community-based entities who are on the ground and doing the work. And that's the part that makes most sense. Is what we find is when we have money coming in-house, it takes a long time, and it's challenging for us because we have a limited staff and a tight ship. But we have these organizations that are directly connected with the businesses in the community, the nonprofits in the community, and this is their model. And so if we fund them to do it, and they have proposed modest increases in staffing, so they have people who are specifically dedicated to this work in their house, then we get more for our buck. And so I'm not sure where the administration's at, but yes, this was their proposal and it's our proposal. So we'll land somewhere.
I guess my one suggestion on that then is let's say it's $1 million. So I think they actually had a $3 million proposal. That might have been something separate. But let's say it's however much it is total. I would suggest we try to keep it as one number as opposed to breaking it out like in our resolution of like 100,000 to ACLT, 100,000 to Foraker, 100,000 to school district. Try to, if we can work with the administration to get a clear sense of guidance so that they will do this thing and have maybe one FTE that's in-house and one to Foraker and one, but it's all part of one easily understandable line item for the public that just says, you know, assistance to apply for further federal grants or something like that. I think that would probably be clearer for folks.
And I have detailed proposals from both organizations, and it's about a little bit more, 300,000, and I haven't seen the number on Foraker because we received it. I only read the top summary of it, but you know, it's substantial, but it's not a terrible amount of money, especially if it brings in 10, 20, 100 times the investment to the community. And so yes, if the administration is listening, although it's Friday night and I hope you're having a weekend, then Mr. Dunbar's advice is savvy. Let's put it all together into a category called technical assistance with some subcategories underneath it that detail how it would be spent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with my colleagues. We need to pare down the wait lists first of all, and we should definitely need funding for artists and musicians. They seem to be falling through the cracks so far. And we have to figure out a way to find some outreach that actually is reaching the people that haven't found out about all these programs. Maybe it's you know, text messages or emails don't work. Maybe it's direct mail. I don't know. We have to look at that. And but I also think that money for Visit Anchorage advertising to fill the planes that are going to be flying up here this summer, it should be a priority, because if more tourists come here, then fewer businesses might actually need all the money from these grants. So, and I think the businesses would rather be busy and making profits on their own than taking money from the government. I know if I was still in business, that's the way I'd be kind to approach this. But the outreach, it was frustrating to listen to find out that people just didn't hear about it. There's so much information out there about this that it's hard. One would assume that everyone had seen it, but unfortunately that's not the case. And so, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I've sent on to the clerk. I had already been working with the health department for all child care licensed facilities offering summer camps, so I've asked that to be forwarded on to you all. Also, I've made the request to the administration about the technical assistance support. There are some programs that I'm interested in making sure are funded, like the Alaska Literacy Project's peer leader navigators, who have just been essential in the outreach. They're currently in the administration's technical assistance portion of the proposal, so I've asked for a breakdown at least for who is in there so that we know who they're thinking of, so that we can make sure we're all on the same page. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So much of what I was going to say has already been said, so I don't want to repeat that. I do want to just highlight a few areas, making sure that we do get those wait lists down. The comments and all the energy around outreach and enhanced communication to ensure that we are connecting with communities that have less access to information or are less aware of the opportunities that are out there. I think it's really important that we thoughtfully invest in that, and that may not show a direct return on investment, but I think we know based on the community that we have that that's an important investment to make to ensure that we're reaching all of the people of Anchorage I also just want to really continue to push that, that most of the work we've done up till now has been based on, a really thoughtful design of creating this matrix and this really sort of good, thoughtful process of thinking about how to make smart decisions. And I see the need for an expanded matrix that includes not only the priorities that were developed by the Assembly, but a clear sort of outline of what funding sources exist and where those are going that are not controlled by the municipality, so that we can, and one of the values we had was to really leverage the funding that is out there. I know that, and there's been some talk about the arts community and a variety of things, and there's there's funding going to the National Endowment for the Arts, there's funding going to the National Endowment for the Humanities, there's funding going to a variety of places, and that is going to filter into the state as well. So I just want to make sure that we're aware of the different funding sources and the potential recipients of those funding sources, so that we can make smart decisions. And then finally, I just want to say that I really want to balance between the immediate need and making sure we have a strong safety net and are focusing on the most vulnerable members of our community, those that have the potential of losing their home and their jobs, and those that don't have a job and don't have a home, but also making smart decisions about our economic recovery. And based on the advice given to a couple of the speakers today, really making smart, targeted investments to move our economy forward. So those are the pieces that really stood out to me, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on their proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, and then I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, it's not that I haven't done my homework, it's just because he's only given me 30 seconds to speak. Is that right? Dodged one there. Yeah, appreciate all these good ideas, and I didn't really do my homework. But many of my ideas are on these. One thing is I think Visit Anchorage request to market the city is really critical to do really fast. Cruise ships are great for statewide, but, the individual travelers that are more typical here can act much quicker than people, than companies setting up cruises and so on. So we really should leverage, the fact that we're in Alaska and we're Anchorage, but also, great vaccination and COVID stats. And then I would like to reinvigorate that business personal property tax grant. That, clearly that didn't really get out the gate very well, and I know there's a lot of interest for that if we up our outreach and let people know. So.
Great, thank you. All right, I really appreciate all of the discussion there. So let's go ahead and switch over now to the second part of our evening, which is hearing from the public. So there are 3 ways to participate today. So before I continue, Mr. Dunbar?
Mr. Chair, would you entertain a 5-minute break, perhaps, to use the restroom?
Yeah, sure, we can do that. We can take a 5-minute break. over the phone will be calling you soon. So I do have a little bit of a phone list to go through. Next is folks speaking in person. And third are comments in the Facebook event page for this event. So if you are watching on Channel 9, GCI, or if you're watching on YouTube, that is the way to get your comments in virtually. I'll be following those comments and we'll read them as part of our discussion. So like I would do during audience participation, we will start with 3 comments on the phone, 3 comments from people in person, and then if we get anything on social media, we'll cycle through those as well and repeat. So I'll ask folks also, just like normal audience participation, to stick to 3 minutes for your initial thoughts or comments. Then I'll turn it over to any assembly members who would like to respond or provide any feedback. And then we can have a little bit of a dialogue there. Okay, so we'll start with our phones, starting with Crystal Hokie.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Hokie. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on our open discussion town hall part of our evening. You'll have 3 minutes to share any initial thoughts you have. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you so much for your call. I am a resident of Girdwood and have lived there for since 2013. Many people are surprised to find out that Girdwood is a part of the municipality because 40 miles separates us. The Girdwood Fire Department is a 60-year-old entity, so we have a lot of history in Girdwood. I serve or participate on several community organizations, including the Little Bears Board, since 2018. Tonight I want to share my example of what it's like to be a young mom in Girdwood.
Sorry, are you still with us?
I would say it's challenging not having child care available for moms with infants. There is currently no child care available.
Sorry, ma'am.
An older child.
Your connection is going in and out a little bit. So if you can, I don't know if there's somewhere else you can go to that has a little bit better of a connection, but just know that you're going in and out a little bit when you're speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Can we try calling her back? See if that helps.
Hi, this is Crystal.
Hi, this is Felix Rivera again with the Assembly. All right, let's hope that we can hear you better this time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Did you guys hear any of that, or should I go halfway through? I mean, let me know how much you heard.
Yeah, I would probably just start from the beginning.
Okay. My name is Crystal Hoke, and I'm a resident of Girdwood. I've lived in Girdwood since 2013. I've raised both of my kids there. I have a 7-year-old son and a 5-year-old daughter that both have attended Little Bears. I would say in my time living in Girdwood that child care has been an issue from the very beginning. There is no infants that can receive care in Girdwood until you're 12 months of age. So even when you have an older child, you are still at home with baby until the baby can then go when they're 1. So it's a pretty, we have very small capacity in Girdwood. And the live, work, and play atmosphere is incredibly important. Girdwood is very important in the overarching Anchorage economy. And our proposal, we've been trying for 13 years to get this Little Bears building funded. And the last time, you guys may recall the Prop 10 building, which is actually the 4th or 5th time that Girdwood has tried to pay for a bond itself but has failed area-wide. To put it into a little bit of context, our request is actually less than what we send to Anchorage on a yearly basis in our tax dollars. So I hope you guys will take the Little Bears proposal seriously, and hopefully we can come up with a solution for Girdwood childcare. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. I don't see any questions. Thanks so much. All right, next on our phone list, we have Riley Bennett Wagner.
Remember,
Hi, is this Riley? Hi, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on our open dialogue town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Oh, hello. Good. Just got the little one down for bed. Thank you for hearing me. I am Riley Bennett Faulkner. I'm a local Girdwood resident and also a parent. And I just wanted to make a comment on requesting for potential funding for the expansion of Little Bears. I know that you guys have probably heard from several other people already, but the main concern is that the capacity for Little Bears is so limited that they just can't even take kids until age 1. And when I moved here and took a job as a healthcare provider at our local clinic, you know, when I had a baby, I was basically taken out of the workforce for the first entire year because it's notoriously difficult to find childcare here. So then, you know, there's a waiting list for months. Even many families put their kids on it before the kid's even born, and it can take 1.5 years before your kid can get into Little Bears. So eventually I was able to get him in part-time, and he could only go 2 days a week. But that takes me out of the workforce, and there's many other families who are negatively affected by this. And we're just so hopeful that we can get some funding to expand the capacity to potentially get younger kids in there and open up capacity for more kids. When the pandemic hit, you know, it shut our center down for a while, which was huge for many of the families, putting them out of work too. I'm grateful that they did some accommodations for essential workers, and I was able to come back to the front lines in healthcare and help with the pandemic because they accommodated a space, you know, for my kid full time so I could get back to work. But what that did was it took away a spot from another kid. So I know I only have 3 minutes. There's a million other things I could say, but I just strongly encourage you guys to consider funding. There's so many families struggling. And, it's not uncommon for them to hire nannies from overseas because they just cannot get childcare here. We could employ more people, too, if we could expand our capabilities. So thanks for hearing me out. Please consider it. It's so important to our community. There are a lot of young kids here that just have no child care and no learning development center. And Little Bears is awesome with what they're doing now, but we just need to expand the capacity, and that means a larger building with more space. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue to respond. Thanks so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Next, we have Tim Silvers, and then we'll go to in-person.
Hello, this is Tim.
Hi, Mr. Silvers. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Tim Silvers. I've been an Anchorage resident for over 12 years. First, I would like to thank the Assembly for doing the difficult work of balancing public health and the economic and financial needs of Anchorage and its citizens during the pandemic. I've reviewed the Muni website COVID relief page and see that you attempted to fairly distribute across 6 broad areas the previous $156 million of CARES funding that Anchorage received. As vaccinations are increasing and severe cases of COVID decline in our hospitals, the public health crisis appears to have an end in sight. Things are slowly starting to get back to normal. However, the economic crisis left by the pandemic is still a huge problem in the community. In the first round of funding, $31.6 million, about 20% of total CARES funds the Muni received, was directed towards grants that support the hospitality industry, nonprofits, and other small businesses. Small businesses are the engine of economic growth in this country, accounting for 64% of all net new job creation, according to the SBA. In this next round of funding, I would strongly encourage the Assembly to allocate a much larger percentage of federal relief dollars towards the creation and promotion of small businesses. One idea to consider would be giving grants to small business owners that had to close their businesses last year with the stipulation that the money must be used to reopen a new business that would hire employees. Possibly grants could be given to any entrepreneur that wants to open a new business and hire employees. Additionally, grants to existing businesses in need should be proportional to the size of the business and the impact that business took to revenue or employment during the pandemic. To determine the amount of relief to grant each business, measures like gross revenue or employee count could be used rather than a fixed dollar amount per business, regardless of its size. Thank you for considering these ideas that will help rebuild the Anchorage economy quickly.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and switch to in-person. Hi, welcome. If you can turn the mic on, it's the yellow button. Yellow button on the mic, please. Yeah. Bingo, yeah, it's on now. Thanks.
Thank you. Again, my name is Charles McKee. I'm the beneficiary of the McKee Trust. And I want to point out on the 4th page of the handout, the procedural rules to be interpreted flexibly to protect the sincerity, held religious beliefs and practices of the individual, such as myself, and through the chair of the Assembly to the governor and to the President of the United States. When the President made mention of his agenda and the fact that I own the original treasure seal amplified by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, which is on the mathematical equation portion. And so the agenda of us being held in bondage, or we might refer to it as kidnapping, is something that has to be addressed. And with the director of the FBI saying with clear eyes, a clear eye, that this problem has been metastasized. That's a medical term. Maybe he should have used the word woke as to the severity of the kidnapping across the country that has been endured by the people. And the enemy is inside the wire. And that enemy is the bar associations. They're essentially the Goliath, and as if they turned on the faucet once they get incarcerated, so all that credit out of their account goes pouring into the backside of that bar association, and they become a hedge fund. And they deprive the economy opportunity for new development because they're investing in the old development and they control it and depriving the economy of that which belongs to us, not to the people that perpetrate the non-disclosure agreement program that stifles truth. So with that, I indicate.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, name is Jordan Harari, Anchorage resident, speaking on behalf of myself. Just to have some ideas about the economy. Anchorage is a sinking ship, and if we don't do something, it will soon capsize. So the best way to fix a sinking ship is not to react to the water coming into the boat, it's to stop the leaks from happening in the first place. We can attend to the water later that's already in it, but it's best to patch the holes. So I hear a lot of talk this evening about reactionary money needing to go into certain programs and in avenues, but we also need to think about preventative as well. So some of those ideas that I had to throw your way is maybe possibly using some of the money, if it's allowed, to fix the Port of Anchorage, or if that might be something that would come through the infrastructure bill later this year. Another one would be reimbursing small and mid-sized businesses that had to cover for the costs of tents and plastic shields and face masks and takeout infrastructure, that sort of stuff. Get that money back to those businesses that had to cover out of their own pocket those measures. Sponsor classes for small businesses that teach them how to adapt to their businesses and to survive in this new world. Help these businesses create and adapt their business structure to support online shopping and shipping of items. A lot of Anchorage residents and people who live here support local businesses. We do. We love them. We want them to survive. If a lot of these businesses require in-person customers, their businesses are going to die as long as we remain in lockdown. Helping them to switch over to an online model would be a big assist, in my belief. Also, maybe use some of the funds to sponsor a think tank to save Anchorage. Contact maybe some, and fly up some of the smartest people in the country to sit down with the mayor's office and some local citizens to hash out ideas, programs, and remediations to revive the economy and bring in the interests of businesses both in and out of the state. We can also work with Alaska Airlines to incentivize travel up here in the first place. Cheaper fares to and from Anchorage is an idea. Remove draconian lockdown masks and testing measures so that people will want to travel up here. That's an idea. Mortgage relief for middle-class income earners. For example, my fiance and I live together. She does not have a job, but we rely on one source of income, and it's a challenge. It's something we can rise to, but it is a challenge, and I know there are other families out there that are struggling. Helping them in some sort of mortgage relief would be greatly assisted and needed. And then the last idea is just allowing businesses to decide how they're going to run in the first place. This is what our nation was built on, the right to choose. If businesses want to serve only people who wear Dunbar for Mayor shirts, they should be able to do that. If they also want to only serve people who wear Bronson for Mayor shirts, they should be able to do that too. Same with masks, same with vaccines. Having the government or even a local municipality tell them what they need to do and how they need to adapt to stay open. Oh, and by the way, you only have until Monday to adapt or you're closed, is the primary cause of most small businesses failing in the first place. Let go of some of these restrictions and the local economy will come back to life. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Irene Quidno. I love the idea to not have duplication. I would encourage you to really work on that. You know, I understand that apparently you don't have all the details yet for what federally is coming, but that is really, really important so that we can spread the dollars as far as we can. I love the idea from Mr. Noland, I believe, Hezekiah Noland, is that the correct name? You know, to support entrepreneurship. I do like the idea that just the person on the phone said that people who have a business that had to shut down and cannot open, that they somehow get an incentive or help to start another business if they want to. That is a wonderful idea. I really like the idea about the outreach. It might seem like there has been so much out there. Why do people not know about all the programs? But you have to remember, you know, they were in survival mode. They're trying to run their businesses and run their lives, figure out how to teach their children, figure out how to pay their bills. If you have a business, you had to let go of your employees, which means if you're still trying to run it, you need to work even more yourself. So sometimes it might be just a disconnect from lack of time and energy. By the time you're done with your day after 16 hours, you go to bed. You don't have time to read something, you know, that's in the paper. So that is, I don't have any particular ideas, but that is a really good thing to work on. I love the ideas of supporting the summer camps. The kids need something to just be kids in the summertime, and I'm sure there's a way to do that safely, so I would encourage you to work on that part. And then, yes, visit Anchorage, market it, you know, so that we have more tourists. I can tell you from just the people that I have spoken to, the people would rather have a bustling business than to rely on government funding. So if we can bring people in so that the businesses can work and have customers, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look and see what comments we have online. Again, for folks who are watching us online, the best way to comment is on the event on Facebook, on the municipality the Municipality of Anchorage Clerk's Office page. They have an event there for this town hall. It's work session number 2, American Relief Plan funding in town hall. So I'm going to go ahead and see if we have any comments on here. So there was a question about sharing the documents that are being talked about here. Yeah, thanks for that question. So we are putting up all of the documents as we receive them on the Assembly Work Sessions page. So I would check that page, muni.org, go to the Assembly page, and then go to the Work Sessions page. You'll find all of the documents that we talked about here on that page. And then I'll just read this comment from someone watching online based on Kai Holland's presentation. You're, Kai, definitely right. That much of the last year has been about stopgaps and keeping things the same instead of moving forward. When you left an open question about physically where this sort of business development can happen, I wonder how the Muni would feel about making space in libraries and local schools, maybe outside regular school hours, but we know those are public buildings in most neighborhoods. And then there was just a general question about folks wanting us to speak to their ideas on supporting childcare. This overall concept is high in need, but really hasn't been mentioned in the conversation today. And then it sounds like Chugat, Birchwood, and so many neighbors in the municipality have childcare needs. Okay, so those are the main comments that I'm seeing right now. I guess I'll just reiterate. So what I'm doing is I am going through some folks on the phone list, some folks in person, some folks on social media, and then rinse and repeat. So we still have more folks on the phone to call. So if you haven't gotten a call from me yet, that's because we're doing 3 folks on the phone, 3 folks in person, 3 comments on social media. All right, any responses to any of those comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead and then move on to back to the phones, starting with Justina Phillips.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Phillips. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you so much for your time. My name is Justina Phillips. I'm a resident of Girdwood, and I work in Girdwood. I'd like to request the support of the Assembly to help procure funds to provide access to quality childcare in the Girdwood community, specifically the support of the Little Bears Girdwood Workforce Childcare Proposal that's been brought up this evening. Girdwood has been in dire need of a new building that can accommodate its population and workforce community for well over a decade. We have finally arrived at a solution, a site, a plan, and a vision that would support the entire community and provide affordable childcare for all those in need. We desperately need funding to carry out this essential part of our infrastructure. This building is a vital component to the livelihood of our community and to the economic growth of the town and greater Anchorage with all of the recreation and tourism outlets that we provide. I'm advocating for this assistance for our town and for the Little Bears program because this greatly affects me personally and will continue to affect me for the next 5 years until my children are of school age. My kids, like many other children in Girdwood, are currently waitlisted at the facility. Because of their limited capacity, I have had to shift to part-time work to bridge the childcare needs for our family, and I'm currently facing the decision of having to take leave from my job entirely and quitting the workforce because we do not have access to childcare for our family. This is a very, very important need for our community. I hope that you hear our voices tonight and review our proposal and give it your serious consideration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Diane Holmes. Hi, Ms. Holmes, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Felix.
Hi.
Diane Holmes.
Can you mute the background? There we go. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Welcome.
Right, yeah. I've been listening since 5 to Jasmine and Kai, and I was also given a list of the conditions for the use of these funds by my assembly person. Rent relief, businesses, and I certainly have been listening to the people about the needs for childcare. I appreciate that. And the very last condition on that list I was given has to do with tourism. And I hope you can find a way to fund projects that allow visitors to recreate when they're here and stay an extra day, because you know how much money they bring in for every extra day they stay around. And these projects would help us too. So there are many that you could consider. They're missing connections on our bike and hiking trails. We have pedestrian easements that exist but aren't constructed, and 2 projects that overlap with the state lands or jurisdiction. One is the more Chugach access points all the way from, Eagle River down to Girdwood. And then there's the Pottermar South area parking project, which is shovel-ready. And all of these would employ not only construction companies, but youth groups too. So is there some way you can work with the state on these projects that may overlap with them so that they can move forward? Because it's hard to separate sometimes state from city when you're up on the mountains. And also, I don't believe that you have talked to the parks people. They deserve to have a chat with you because they have not only a huge backlog, but as you are aware, their budget has been cut about 34% over the last several years. And yet, our trails and parks have kept some of us sane this last year. And we need to have access. And certainly we need more access and more things for people to do as tourists. So perhaps you can work this in. Work with the state, work with our city parks department, and see if we can't do something for the tourists to stay around longer, but that also means that it's going to help us too. So thanks.
Thanks, Diane. So I have a quick comment on that. So the administration isn't here tonight to present whatever proposals that they may have, and so if there was something that Parks and Rec had, that would be lumped in with the administration's requests. And then I guess in addition to that, I would also say that I have reached out to a variety of boards and commissions to see if they're interested in engaging in this, and one of them was the Parks and Rec Commission. So if we get any ideas from any of those commissions, we'd be happy to review them, just like we did today, although it was informally with the Budget Advisory Commission.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. I think some of them, like the parks people I communicated with today, they're kind of in the dark because they don't know what might be allowable for the funding. So, but thanks for following up.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, and then next, before we go back to in-person, we have Jenny Woods.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Woods. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Share my story and to speak with you on a very important issue. My name is Jeannie Woods, and I'm a resident of Girdwood, Alaska. I'm also a parent of a child who attends Little Bears Daycare. I am testifying telephonically tonight in support of the American Rescue Plan Act funds allocation, specifically requesting support of allocating funds for the Little Bears Girdwood Workforce Child Care Facility. Girdwood is in desperate need of a safe and reliable child care facility. Our current facility is on the verge of being condemned, and our community needs have outgrown the current facility size. Little Bears is Girdwood's only licensed full-time child care facility. Your child must be at least 1 year of age to attend, and they cannot currently, under the facility, accommodate children under the age of 1. This limitation puts a significant hardship on working families. Parents either have to commute 4 hours a day to utilize childcare in Anchorage or quit the workforce altogether. After my daughter was born, I was forced to use licensed childcare in Anchorage. Luckily, I worked in Anchorage so I could commute with her. However, that was not without the risks. I was still subjecting my infant child to hours of exposure on the Seward Highway, the most dangerous and deadly highway in Alaska. Not all parents who live in Girdwood work in Anchorage. Those who can't get childcare are being forced to quit their jobs or move to Anchorage. Working mothers are being pushed out of the workforce to care for their children. When my child was 9 months old, I had to leave the state due to military service for 3 months. Because Little Bears is the only licensed daycare facility in Girdwood and they cannot accept infants, my husband was forced to quit his job to care for our child. When you are working military missions, the last thing you should be worrying about is whether you can have adequate child care back home. It was not feasible or economical for my husband to commute 4 hours a day or 4 separate trips on the Seward Highway just for childcare in Anchorage, as he worked in Girdwood, so he was forced to quit his job. When the pandemic hit and the only licensed daycare facility closed down, we were scrambling to find childcare yet again. As a member of the Air National Guard, I had never stopped working during the pandemic, sometimes working 12 to 14 hours a day. I had to transport my child to Anchorage for childcare. Grandparents were out of the question as they were high risk and the virus was still rapidly spreading. I had to rely on friends who could accommodate my child and who were willing to accept the risk during the heightened phase of the pandemic. Many working parents in Girdwood also work in Anchorage, to include essential workers such as doctors, nurses, law enforcement, and the military. We were especially hit hard with the closure of our only licensed full-time daycare facility. Allocating funds from the American Relief Act to build a new and much overdue childcare facility is critical to the success of our community. As we navigate returning back to a new normal, post-2020 COVID-19 shutdowns, having a reliable and safe place for our children is the first critical step to getting working parents to return to the workforce in a safe manner. The new facility would be able to accommodate significantly more children.
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Your time is up, but thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I just highly encourage you to read the plan and please look into helping Girdwood, which falls under the municipality of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and switch back to in-person. Would anyone else like to participate? Welcome.
Hi. Is it on? Hi. My name is Joan Lauer. I am the president of Little Bears Playhouse.
Excuse me, could you pull the microphone down?
Okay. Hi. My name's Joan Lauer. I'm the president of Little Bears Playhouse in Girdwood. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project and about how our proposal for our new facility ties in with the COVID-19 pandemic. A very important issue in our community that ties our project in with the COVID-19 relief is the need for parents who perform essential services to know that they would have a safe, dependable place for their child to receive child care while they work. The capacity of our current facility is all but negligible when you compare it to the actual need for child care by employees performing essential services. Another group of underserved parents are those who work in the service industry and hospitality industry in Girdwood. Girdwood depends upon those two industries for its economic survival, and those parents have been severely impacted by COVID-19 and the lack of child care capacity. We need to do all that we can to turn this around. Only when our center is large enough to accommodate those needs will Girdwood be able to recover from the effects of the pandemic, which has brought the economic viability of our community to the brink. Additionally, the economic future of Anchorage is totally tied in with that of our community. And if we fail to survive this pandemic, the effects upon Anchorage could be quite damaging. I hope this information helps to explain the correlation we see between the goals of the Girdwood Workforce Child Care Project and those of the American Rescue Plan Act. We feel that the availability of ample, dependable, safe, quality child care will help speed up our community's recovery from the harmful economic and health effects caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thanks again for listening. I hope we can count on your support for the allocation of the funds we're asking.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Zalatel.
Hi, I'm on the other side. Hi, thanks for coming. So we've heard a lot about the need for infant child care, but can you talk to me a little bit about what happens when school's out for the summer? Does your demand go up, or do you just not have any capacity for those kiddos? Can you tell me how you fit into that puzzle down in Girdwood?
So in the summertime, we have different needs than we do during the school year. And some years we have even school-age kids come in the summertime. And then we help them get over to other activities that they need. So we try to be as flexible as possible. But the problem is our center is so small. You know, we have just such a small amount of space that our capacity is just ridiculously little.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks so much. Actually, I do have one more just popped in. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Hi, Joan. How are you?
Hi.
How
Great.
long have you been sitting here tonight? Did you come in later or?
I came in about a little bit before 6.
Okay. So listening to everything you had to say, I don't see a direct correlation. Department of Treasury has very strict rules, but I can assure you that speaking to my fellow assembly members, we're on board and we're going to see what we can do. So maybe it means that you have to reallocate your funds in order to provide that expansion, but it sounds like the expansion was an issue prior to COVID-19, and that just because it really has to relate to it, but we're working on supporting your facility.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Actually, one more, ma'am. Never mind. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Well, my name's Cadence Maddox. I am also from Girdwood. I'm also a mother, and I am also here to talk to you guys about Little Bear's Playhouse, although, not to kick a dead horse, but also forgive me if I sound kind of nervous. I have been stuck at home for a year straight with 2 little kids, and this is by far the most strangers I have spoken to in that amount of time. So as far as Girdwood goes and how Little Bears has been affected by COVID, as a board, we voted to reduce our capacity to better allow for social distancing and keep our kids and our teachers safe. And we gave the priority to kids who come from families of first responders and now I can't talk. Yes, first responders and essential workers. And that kicked some other families out. We can't talk about economic recovery for Alaska without talking about childcare. And if this existed before, which it absolutely did, it still exists now. And when we talk about supporting Visit Anchorage, when we talk about bringing more tourists back to Alaska, a crown jewel of Anchorage tourism is Girdwood and Alyeska, and you cannot have tourists without the people like me who are pouring the beers and working the chairlifts. And without that service base, there's no hope for recovery. I have been taken out of the workforce because I do not have childcare for my 2 young kids. My husband works and I don't. And that is not my choice, but without driving, as another mom said today, without commuting 4 hours round trip to take my daughter and son to town for childcare, there's just no way. Lastly, I am a resident of Girdwood. I am an active and loving member of the community, and I want to stay there. There's no way to stay there without childcare. Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to speak? Welcome.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for over 43 years. First, I'd like to say and point out this. You're going to get monies from the feds, over $100 million. It's dealing with CARES Act money. You have already a previous history of getting other amounts of monies from the feds dealing with CARES Act. The first thing you should do is look at the performance of how you handle the money from before you proceed. That's not been done. What has happened here, respectively, is a situation where you had a work session last Friday where you selectively decided who you were going to invite to speak and others were not invited to speak. And it was a lengthy meeting from 11 o'clock to roughly 4:51 in the evening. And then there was an announcement for, in the first press release, that there would be a public hearing Thursday but before that there'll be introduction proposal on a Tuesday. Wednesday there was a press release and that was announcement that was canceled because you didn't get the information from the Treasury. But look at this key thing. You were going to go to a public hearing for something that was going to be introduced on a Tuesday for a public hearing for getting public comment on a Thursday. What if you did have that public hearing? What kind of conversation you were going to expect from the people? With all due respect, what I heard tonight from the audience, I mean, where the public was allowed to speak, not the selected people that you invited, from the telephone and present, there was a lot of quality comments coming out from the people. You need to focus on that and not selectively create these work sessions and select who you want to hear and who you do not want to hear. And that's not the way to go. And then look at who was really present, who are you reaching out and who you're hearing. And what concerns me particularly is this. We're already hearing you calling yourselves creating these wish lists. We want to go this direction and that direction. When did you start connecting with the people before you did those wish lists? And then you're already saying, and some members in this meeting, without calling names, saying, don't worry, we're already together on this issue for you tonight. Decision's already been made. Is that going to create confidence with the public that you are hearing from them before you make a decision? It's not. So with 25 seconds to spare, not much time, I'll just leave you with those thoughts, and thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. With 17 seconds to spare.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead. Ms. Allard?
Can I respond?
Sure, if you'd like to.
Yeah. Eugene, can I respond to you?
Well, this is a little bit different, Eugene. This is a town hall style discussion, right?
Is there a question? Are you able to respond?
So, Eugene, I'm not really sure what you would expect us to do different, but I have to tell you that every single one of these assembly members have reached out to their districts and their constituents as much as I have too. We're kind of working on a short time frame, the best as possible, waiting on the Department of Treasury to come down with some rulings. So when we did schedule for a Thursday meeting, we didn't get the information like we wanted, but we did want the public to know in advance. And I'd rather the public know, and we have a last minute cancellation, than not to inform them. The other thing I would like to say is that I'm working really well with our assembly members, and they're working well with me. And when we have people that have been brought in, or I'm speaking in regards to things, you have to understand that behind the scenes, every single one of us have been contacted by individuals that are coming in. So when you say that the community doesn't have input, they've actually been reaching out to us, and that's why we're inviting them in, or talking or discussing. And I've gone back and forth on emails with different groups and groups that I've been working with for 7 or 8 months to see if we did get more funds, how I could help them. I don't know if that clarifies a little bit to you, but I really want you to know we are involving the community greatly, and we've learned a little bit more on how we're going to do better with the COVID relief funds.
Can I very briefly respond? Because I'll be very brief. I've been doing my reports on process before I think all of you were on assembly, a long time. The idea is to connect with the people appropriately before you make a decision. If you've done the process appropriately, if you do the process appropriately, the decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. What I said tonight illustrates my concerns and it's a strong foundation of what you have not done appropriately. I was clear, precise, so I don't have to elaborate again what I said respectfully, but it's clear, and the people out there, I don't question, are getting that report when they hear me at these mics. And I believe I have that support out there because you continue doing the same. It doesn't matter who's on the assembly. It's more of the same, who's on the administration. And then, can I just say this last part? Remember what you're doing in this part of the program, okay? There's an existing administration here right now. It's a temporary administration because shortly, in fact, there's a new election on the mayor. Things will change. I don't know what changes will occur, but one has to reflect that what you do in this chapter, the new administration is going to have to deal with it. And you need to deal with the monies in such a way because it's not an everyday occurrence and you could expect these monies. You need to show careful thought and connect with the people appropriately, and not from sidebar conversations, but right here at this mic. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, just the one thing that was stated by, that wasn't factual, is that a decision has been made. No decisions have been made. And so I just would want the public to understand we are in a conversation, and even when somebody says, we want to help you, that's a fact. We want to help as many people as we can, and so I just would hope that we could step back from an assertion that a decision has been made, because no decisions have been made.
Can I very briefly respond? I appreciate the remarks from Assemblymember Constant with what you just said, but I made this statement based on a statement by an Assemblymember in this very meeting, which created that illusion that decisions have been made. And that had to be answered to, and that's why I addressed it. And thank you very much, Assemblymember Constant.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and switch to our comments on social media. So we have one more, and then want to encourage everyone who is watching us online, if you do want to make a comment on social media, feel free to do so on the Municipality of Anchorage Clerk's Office page in their event for this evening tonight. Okay, so members of the Assembly, I appreciate that you're taking the time to engage members of the public in this discussion on how to allocate ARP funds. My name is Stacy Lucasen, and I'm a longtime member of the Anchorage community, though now make my home in Chugiak. I'm certainly in support of Girdwood neighbors having access to high-quality childcare for dependents of all ages, and the work they've put into their bond proposal and child care center. Specifically, I'm challenging Assembly members to put in more time on child care development for the municipality as a whole. We have huge gaps in the availability of care providers, centers, early childhood education, and other small businesses that make economic engagement possible for the parents of young children. These issues have been exacerbated by COVID restrictions and lost income across Alaska, and should be able to be supported by COVID relief funds as much as nonprofits shifting to work from home can be supported. Otherwise, I don't see any other comments on social media, so thanks everyone for participating in those comments. Okay, so we'll go ahead and shift to the phones again. So next we have Aaron Lester.
This is Erin.
Hi, Ms. Lester. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on our town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much for taking my comments today. I'm sorry, let me mute you. So my name is Dr. Erin Lester. I'm the medical director of the Girdwood Health Clinic, and I am also calling this today to speak in favor of funding allocation to the Little Bears child care proposal. My personal story is that my husband and I both grew up in the Anchorage area, and we moved to Girdwood in 2017 so I could take 2 jobs at 2 safety net clinics, the Girdwood Health Clinic and Anchorage Neighborhood Health. And we also wanted to be closer to our parents as we started our own family. Our son's almost 2, and he's attended Little Bears since he was eligible at age 1. And that's been such a blessing to have access to quality care this past year, particularly because both my husband and I work in healthcare, and we were needed at our jobs during the pandemic. But Little Bears, as we've heard, is in an undersized building with structural issues, and currently cannot meet the demands of the community. And yes, this was a pre-existing issue, but it's been further exacerbated by COVID to an unsustainable level. The capacity, as we've heard, has been limited even further, and there have been families who've had to exit the workforce. Furthermore, the building's so small that distancing is virtually impossible. So if there's an exposure, the entire center is shut down. Personally, I'm one of those parents who
struggle to find childcare prior to 12 months of age. So I would do a 4-hour commute so that I could see patients at the Girdwood Clinic, and I would drive my son into Anchorage to go to care and drive back to see patients at the clinic, then drive back to Anchorage to pick up my son. It was exhausting, it was stressful, and it was frankly untenable. And my family was so relieved when our son was able to attend Little Bears. Furthermore, as the director of the Girdwood Health Clinic, and we've heard a couple of comments today, I see firsthand how reliable childcare affects the recruitment and the retention of healthcare workforce in our community. We can't reliably staff our clinic, and the economy of Girdwood cannot really thrive until young families in the workforce know that they have access to care for their children. And Girdwood is one of the economic engines of the state through tourism, which appears to be a huge force in funding today. And remember that people who live in Girdwood may be essential workers working all over the state. So until very recently, as I mentioned, I also worked in Anchorage. My husband works in the ER in Kotzebue. So I really just strongly urge the Assembly to support the workforce by allocating ARP funds to the construction of a new and expanded child care center in Girdwood. And thank you so much for taking my comment.
Great, thank you. All right, next on the phone list we have Philip Peterson. Hi, is this Philip? No? Okay. Did we get a no answer? Okay, we're trying again.
Hello, this is Philip.
Hi, Mr. Peterson. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your time and attention. My name is Philip Peterson, and I am on the board of directors for Little Bears Playhouse, which is the only nonprofit child care facility in the Girdwood area. Looking at the press release for this meeting, these CARES Act funds are earmarked to aid small businesses, tourism, the hospitality industry, rent, and mortgage relief. Simply put, child care facilities are central to all of these initiatives. If you want employees to show up for work at small businesses, you need child care. If you want employees to show up for their tourism jobs or hospitality jobs, these people need child care. As with rent and mortgage relief, child care is how people with children go to work. As the literature we have submitted for this meeting indicates, Girdwood has unusually high numbers of frontline healthcare workers. From your firefighters to EMTs, nurses to med techs and doctors to go to work, these essential frontline healthcare workers need a child care facility in our area. And the demand is clearly growing every year. You've heard about the old and dilapidated building we are currently using for child care, which is ready to be torn down. The Little Bears board has done more than due diligence over a decade and has a shovel-ready project to solve these issues. The only thing we need is the support of the Anchorage municipality in the form of these CARES Act funding. These federal COVID relief dollars are specifically a loan from future generations of Americans. We are literally borrowing from our children. So it makes sense that these funds should be used for long-term social benefit. And it also makes sense that our children benefit from the loan they are guaranteeing on our behalf. Although we don't always acknowledge it, child care is an essential pillar to the economy of Girdwood and the economy of the Anchorage municipality. It is time to act, and it is time to fund a new child care facility in Girdwood. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next on the phone list, we have Sarah Glassett. Hi, Ms. Glassett.
Hi, this is Sarah.
Hi, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Great, thank you. My name is Sarah Glassett, and I'm born and raised in Anchorage and currently live in Girdwood and have for the last 6 years or so. And again, I am another person here to speak as a member of the community of Girdwood and to share my support and request to allot funding for a new child care building in Girdwood. I live in Girdwood, but I work in Anchorage. I have also spent a lot of my professional career traveling to rural Alaska, and it was always evident spending time there when a community had facilities that supported their needs versus when they did not. Communities were proud, but more so they were able to function at higher levels, being working parents in a small town, knowing their children were safe and were thriving. While Girdwood is not exactly rural in terms of its proximity to Anchorage, I can almost guarantee that a new child care facility will have an immediate effect on the community beyond for those that are just parents in need of child care, as you have very clearly heard this evening. The current building is in rough shape and very limited in capacity. As you know, your child cannot attend until 12 months. That meant for me personally, for 2 years with having 2 children, I commuted with my infants each way as I had to continue to work to support my family. When the pandemic hit, I also had to manage children at home and try to keep my small business that I own in Anchorage alive while managing that closure. And even now with Little Bears reopened all this time, it still is operating at a reduced capacity just because of the size and trying to keep everyone safe. That is a direct impact from COVID that still is causing issues for our workforce. I want Girdwood to have one more reason to be a proud community, but also to have that feeling that all of our kids are safe and are thriving. And I really thank you for your time and your consideration in funding a new building for childcare in our amazing town. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and switch back to in-person. Would anyone else like to participate? All right, we'll go ahead and finish our phone list. We have 2 more individuals. First, we have Jessica Zalag.
Hello?
Hi, is this Jessica?
Yes, it is.
Hi, this is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. And hello, thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment tonight as you consider priorities for the American Recovery Plan funding allocation to the municipality of Anchorage. My name is Jessica Zelag, and I am a resident of Girdwood, a parent of an adorable 3-year-old, an executive director for a nonprofit located in Girdwood, and member of the Little Bears Playhouse Board of Directors. And as you know, we're in desperate need of more child care in my community. As you've also heard, the current child care building in Girdwood, where Little Bears Daycare and Preschool is currently located, was built by volunteers in the 1960s and is now a municipality-owned building. The almost 60-plus-year building that houses our community's precious toddlers for daycare has an array of structural issues that has been identified by municipal engineers and is becoming increasingly dangerous. The very small capacity is a limiting factor for Girdwood's success, as the Girdwood workforce at large, and even myself, cannot go to work without adequate childcare. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began, the need for adequate childcare has only been exacerbated, as I have tried to work now as a full-time executive director, a full-time mom, and now a full-time educator to my son. The project the Girdwood Community and Little Bears Board is coming to you tonight to request support for is to seek ARP funding to substantially increase capacity to meet our community's needs and support Girdwood's workforce in an overdue and meaningful way. Our request in ARP funding for this project covers all construction, site development, permitting, inspections, general contracting, and project management. Alyeska Resort has offered Little Bears land for constructing this new facility, an amazing offer of a 99-year lease at $1 per year in rent to Little Bears. I've been on the Little Bears board for the past 2 years, and was a part in the unfortunately unsuccessful effort to pass a bond measure for Girdwood Valley service area voters to tax themselves to fund our new child care facility. 80% of Girdwood voters supported that bond because the residents here understand the dire condition of the current building, along with our undermet demand and capacity constraints. After 12 years of efforts to find a new home for Little Bears, and in light of the pandemic, parents in Girdwood are now in even more dire straits. Thankfully, Alaska has stepped forward with a new location and potential for increased capacity to better meet the community's demands. With the new partnership in place, there was an effort to secure CARES Act funding for the new larger facility, but we did not receive funding. We are hopeful in seeking American Relief Act funds to tackle this much-needed and overdue issue. I appreciate the opportunity to share my comments with you tonight, and thank you all for your time and commitment to the municipality of Anchorage. I'm hopeful that you will hear our community's desperate calls for better child care options in Girdwood, and will make the right decisions to allocate ARP funding towards this project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, last on our phone list, we have Camille Jones.
Thank you all for your time and commitment to this.
Hi, Ms. Jones. This is Felix Rivera. You're here with the Anchorage Assembly. We are on the town hall portion of our evening. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi, Felix. Good evening. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak at an assembly like this. I think it's a privilege, and I want to make sure that I say that. I think it's no surprise how many people have called in, how much of a support system we have here in Girdwood for our child care facility at Little Bears. I myself am the assistant director there. I'm in and out of that building every day, all week long, 40 hours a week, and I've worked in there through the pandemic before and then now as we are trying to figure out what it means to work as this pandemic ebbs and flows. And I think that we are a perfect candidate for receiving allocations from a COVID relief fund simply because of how connected we are to so many different areas in this small town of Girdwood, and how greatly that affects Anchorage as well. Due to COVID, we had a lower enrollment capacity. We are only allowed to have 20 children a day in our building, which is just simply not enough. And that's not even mentioning the fact that we cannot house infants as well. There is almost no possibility for social distancing in our building. We don't have hand washing sinks in our classrooms. We have to actually walk through another classroom across the building down a hallway to wash hands. And as you can imagine, children during a pandemic and the amount of hand washing that we have to do, it's not only inconvenient, but very, very difficult to make happen as far as COVID safety relations go. It's impossible to separate our classrooms in this building. We can't, it's very difficult to keep the older kids apart from the younger kids simply in the fact that it's all one room and we're just separated by dividers. And again, as I mentioned before, in order for children to even be able to practice good hygiene in light of a pandemic, we have to walk through those other classrooms to even get to the sink. And as far as just general repairs and safety updates on this building go, as it was mentioned before, it's on its way to being condemned. And I just want to further emphasize the fact that childcare is a foundation for any kind of economic thriving community. And if we're not willing to support that and put money and funds into building that up, then I don't see the reason why we should do in any other business in a town. Businesses can't run unless there is childcare for the people running the businesses. And there's just no other way around that. And as we hoped that Girdwood will continue to thrive as tourists come back to support the community and the economy of Anchorage as a whole, all of those workers are going to need somewhere for their kids to go, and that's where we come in. And hopefully you guys can come in as well.
Sorry for interrupting, ma'am, but your time is up.
No.
Thanks so much.
No, thank you so much, and you guys have a great night.
You too. All right, so that completes our phone list. I'm just going to take one last look and see if we got any additional comments on social media. Okay, it doesn't look like we got any additional comments. I really want to appreciate everyone for participating and giving your thoughts. I think a lot of us were taking notes, so really appreciative. Okay, so a couple of things before we close out. So first, thanks to our wonderful assembly aides, we did an online survey with, I believe, paper copies for folks who are in the room, for members of the public to fill out to just better gauge some of their thoughts. This survey was shared on the Facebook event and the YouTube live stream for tonight. A small group of folks filled this out, but I think it does paint a picture of what this group thinks. So if we can go ahead and walk through that. Thanks.
I'll be brief. Probably half of the people here, half the people at home. Only a small portion of the respondents received assistance as individuals. Kind of a mix with, but not a lot of people for small businesses. Keep going. And a few people hope to get money this year. Obviously, that came about on the phone and stuff. And then this is just if people think we should fund the wait lists. Generally, yes. Little, that's good. Less for the nonprofits and for the vouchers. And we didn't ask about the artist wait list. Sorry, Mr. Constant. And yeah, and then so these were the rankings that people did, and they only had 6 spots. Small businesses were at the top, rental assistance, childcare, and you can see from there. And I'll make sure that this gets emailed out and we can put it online as well. And that's just a pie graph of that list that you can see. Open to questions if you have them.
Great. Thanks so much, Heather.
Yep.
All right, so I want to close this out today by thanking all of our presenters, members of the public, and my colleagues for continuing to engage in this discussion. I'm going to pause there and go to Mr. Constant.
Yeah, just to the folks up here, the clerks will probably tell me this is bad, but when we're done here, can we help them reset up the election center because there's an election in here tomorrow, and they had to take it down for us to be here today.
Yeah, thanks. That's definitely on their radar. I think they were taking pictures just to make sure they get everything in the right spot.
I mean, us help them do it so that it's many hands make light work.
Oh yes, we can do that for sure. Okay, so we have 2 weeks until our next meeting and town hall on April 9th. I suspect between now and then that we're going to have a lot more information to review during our next meeting, and hopefully by then members will have given some more thought into any further proposals for usage of the funds. As some may have noticed in the latest press release sent out earlier this week, I am giving more than a month of time between the April 9th meeting and possibly introducing a resolution appropriating the remaining dollars, sort of what I've called the final allocation. I think this is meant to give us a time to continue to talk with our neighbors and community councils, to see how the federal programs unfold, and to see what the state does with their dollars. That's the big unknown here. So I look forward to continuing this deliberation and really want to encourage members of our community to engage in this process by filling out the online feedback form, reaching out to your assembly members, and attending the April 9th town hall. Ms. Allard.
Thank you, and I know we're done, but I just wanted to put this, I actually forgot it, and was on my list, but I just want the assembly members to possibly put this over too. The out in Chugiak, Eagle River, the VFW, the Elks have been greatly affected as well. And so I just wanted to put that out there as a thought. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close this work session / town hall and wish everyone a great weekend.